Sorry, Patty.
Welcome everybody who's online. So yes, this is the first time in 2.5 years we've actually had a chance to see each other and interact. So we're really happy about that. So I think at this point, we have most of our coastal staff here. We do have quite a few new people. So, and then we do have a few folks that weren't able to make it in person, so they're online. But I believe my next slide is, if I can get it to work. Maybe not.
Flip the switch on the side, make sure it's on.
Okay. That would help, wouldn't it?
There you go.
Okay, if you can see that. So again, I'm the coastal program manager. And we have some staff that we just recently hired, but they haven't started yet, but I put them up here. So we have Jeff Burwright, who's going to start June 13th, as our state federal relations coordinator. We lost Deanna Curciello. You may remember her. She was our state federal relations coordinator until recently, but she has gone off to pursue consulting opportunities. So we miss her, but Jeff, I think it's going to be great. He starts next month, and he comes to us from the Department of Energy, Oregon Department of Energy. Lisa Phipps.
I'm Lisa Phipps. I'm the coastal policy specialist.
You may remember, we said until recently was our North Coast Regional Rep for a number of years, and she has just recently taken the position as the coastal policy specialist. Heather Wade left that position in December. So, Mandy.
I'm Mandy McNabb. Some of you might have my email. It just shows Amanda also. And I am the support person, administrative person for the coastal division, and also assist with rulemaking.
And Andy is right next to her.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Lanier. I'm the Marine Affairs Coordinator for TLCD, and I'm helping with technical support today. This little device in the center of the room is called a meeting owl, and it will pick you up. So please talk to the owl when you're talking to the group. That way, those of you who are remote can hear us hopefully well enough to be able to participate. And
They're saying it's a little difficult to hear, actually.
again, and I think that was when Patty was speaking. So
Yeah.
just make sure that you try and speak at the little owl guy right there.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, and next is Meg Reed.
Hi, I'm Meg Reed. I'm the coastal shore specialist. I work most of coastal hazards.
And Tanya Haddad, she's actually not here, but she joining us remotely.
Yeah.
Tanya, did you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't tell. I'm Tanya Haddad. I work in the Portland office of the Coastal Program doing technical support for web and GIS things. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you guys today.
Thank you, Tanya. And Randy?
Randy Dana, GIS Coordinator.
Amanda?
And Clinton, for the agency as a whole, I'm a natural resource specialist, and then for the coastal program, I focus on water quality issues and trying to get our renewed funding and get our coastal non-point pollution control program approved.
And Wayne Radomski, most of you probably know she's our South Coast Regional Rep, and she will be here later today. So she will be here. And Brett Estes, who will start with us July 5th. He's going to be our North Coast Regional Rep. We're really excited to have him. He's just left the city of Astoria. He's been their city manager for a number of years and was also their planning director for a number of years. So. Casey Markowitz.
Hi, Casey Markowitz. I'm the Coastal Grants Coordinator for the program, and I've been with since January.
And those of you, the last time we met together with Diana Evans, who was our grant coordinator. Chris Shirley, I don't believe she's here yet. Oh, okay. Chris Shirley is our climate change resilience coordinator, and she is on her way. She'll be here later today. And Michael Moses.
Hi, folks. Michael Moses. I'm the Estuarine Resilience Coordinator, formerly Rocky Shores Coordinator, and happy to see you all in person.
Marcus, are you online?
Yes, I am. Hi, I'm Marcus Chatfield. I'm the undersea cable coordinator.
Thank you, Marcus. And Claire?
Hi, I'm Claire Figner. I'm also new as the Coastal Public Access Coordinator. It's a new position.
And Chris Shirley, just walked in. Let's see, Kyle.
Hi, everybody. Kyle Byers. I'm a senior grant fellow working on procedures for evolving tribes and federal.
Great. And Carl, who was brand new.
Everyone, I'm Carl Anderson. I'm a Sea Grant Fellow as well, starting in the coastal management program. I don't start until August, but I'm here today.
Glad to have you here. So you can see we have quite a few new staff. And now we want to take the opportunity to hear who all's here from local government and other state agencies. Oh,
You want Chris and Chris?
well, I'm trying to, yes.
Yeah, so I'm doing climate change resilience work now.
She's in the coastal program, but she actually does it for the whole state.
Chris Wall. Chris yourself?
Oh, sure. Chris, would you like to introduce yourself? Chris Wall?
Hi, yeah, this is Chris Wall. I'm with NOAA's Office for Coastal Management. Look forward to seeing you guys in person at some point again soon, but thanks for letting me participate virtually today. But my role in NOAA is the day-to-day contact between the Oregon Coastal Program and my office in NOAA, who provides the funding and runs the National Coastal Management Program.
Needed to mention that our coastal program in Oregon is predominantly funded through NOAA dollars. So we're very grateful to NOAA, and we work really closely with Chris to make sure, on our grants and that sort of thing. So you'll be hearing a little bit more about the different grants that we have going with NOAA. So at this time, we'd like to, we'll just maybe start. And just, if you could just say who you are and what city or state agency you represent.
I'm Crystal and I'm from or I don't know if you're
I'm Kaylee Sheldon, and I'm here for the city of Coquille and the city of Reedsburg. I'm Taryn Watwood, and I'm here from Curtin County Planning Division.
I'm Anthony Pagano, and I'm here with the city of Gold Beach.
I'm Jill Rolfe. I'm the Peace County Planning Director.
Amy Dibble, Peace County Planning Staff.
Chris Ford, contractor for Peace County.
All right, I'm Steve Rumrell with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm the leader for the shellfish program. I've got staff in here in Charleston and in Newport, in Tillamook, and in Tuscaloosa.
Morning, everyone. Wendy Farley Campbell, City of Lawrence.
Joe Brown, Department of State Lands. I want to talk to each and every one of you about wetland land use notices. So if you haven't, come by sometime today and grab my card.
Tracy Threshold. I'm the Raising Mosquito with Oregon Sea Grants.
I'm Dana Nichols. I am the planning manager at the city.
And I'm Christopher Clare with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in Charleston, and I work on habitat protection.
Jaime White with Walport.
Saber Connor, Coastal Training Program Coordinator at South Slope Reserve, and for the longer term folks, Don Brad is my predecessor, and I'm also probably going to be running around giving out cards.
Recording in progress. And Chelsea Schnabel, city planner for City of North.
Great. Did I miss, all right, let's see who's online here. We've talked to Chris, Marcus, Tanya. Let's see.
Estes.
Oh, Brett.
Brian.
Brett, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Brett Estes, and as was mentioned earlier, I'm going to be the new West Coast regional rep and looking forward to coming on in July.
Yep, Justin Peterson.
Hi, everyone. Justin Peterson with Oregon Cascades West, and then we support the city of Toledo right now I couldn't make the North Coast meeting, so.
Yeah, great, welcome. Glad to have you here. Brian Galoli.
So my name is Brian Galule. I work for the Department of State Lands. I'm pretty new, but I'll be covering Coos and Curry County. I'm Bob LaBelle's replacement. So I'll be doing the removal fill permits for the South Coast. And I'll be working hand in hand with Shevra. So you can contact me directly or through her. But nice to meet everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but thanks for setting this up.
Bree Yednock.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bree Ednock. I'm from the South Slave Reserve in Charleston. And I'm also sorry I can't be there in person. I'm juggling several meetings today, so I'll be in and out, but I appreciate the virtual options. So thanks for making that happen.
Angelina?
Yeah. John Foley.
Good morning, everybody. I'm John Pauley. I'm the state archaeologist at the State Historic Preservation Office. Thanks for inviting me.
We'll hear from John later today.
Sherry McGrath.
Yes, hi, thank you for having me. I'm working from home today and in between meetings, so I'll be in and out.
Carolyn Johnson.
Good morning, Carolyn Johnson here, City of Coos Bay.
Crystal Shodi.
Good morning. This is Crystal Shoji. I don't know why my picture's not showing up, but that's probably good for everybody. So I am I'm here. I'm with Shoji Planning, and I'm a contract planner today for the city of Port Orford and the city of Myrtle Point, and also here just to learn myself what's going on. Thank you.
Stephanie Peterson. Patterson.
Did we get everybody?
Angelina's mic was not working.
Stephanie's from the City of Powers. Okay.
Okay.
Stephanie's from Powers. Okay, thank you. Did we miss anybody? Okay, Carolyn Johnson. Okay, wow, thank you. Great crowd. Again, we're a networked coastal program, unlike some other coastal programs in the country. So the state agencies you see either here online or part of our coastal program. So we're really happy they're here. And actually all the cities and counties are part of our coastal program as well. So really happy to have you here.
Here, go ahead.
Okay, we had a short legislative session in 2022, so I have a short summary. Certainly other bills were passed, and if you're interested, we can send you a more comprehensive summary of other bills that were passed. But I did want to mention two in particular. House Bill 4064, which the coastal program was directly involved in, but it didn't. I thought it would be something that might affect coastal jurisdictions. It's about manufactured housing. And basically it restricts local government from prohibiting the siting of or imposing unique placement standards on manufactured housing, whether inside or outside of a mobile home park. So if we can get you more information on that, if you're interested, but we just wanted to make sure, actually, all of the local jurisdictions should have received a legislative summary. And if you didn't, let us know and we'll get that to you. We have our policy staff puts that together after every session and send that out to local governments. I just picked two that I thought were particularly relevant for the coast. Well, in the next one, Senate Bill 1501 may not be as relevant for you, but it's very relevant for us. It's a landmark change in the Forest Practices Act, really a generational amendment to the Forest Practices Act. It codifies the private forest accord report, which was a mediated process between timber a number of timber interests and then NGOs that were interested in having stronger timber practices in Oregon, and they've been, I don't know if you want to see babbling, I suppose, for decades over forest management in Oregon. And some of you may know that if you've been around for a while, you know that since 2015, Oregon has our coastal non-point source pollution program has been disapproved in Oregon, which means because of that, 30% of our federal funding, our $306 from NOAA is being withheld, which is about $700,000 a year now. Not only us, but also DEQ has a similar amount withheld from their non-point source pollution funding. So, okay, I will speak up even louder. Speak to the owl. So, and really the reason that our program was disapproved was on forestry practices. So we are very hopeful that with the implementation of Senate Bill 1501, that we will be able to get approval of our coastal non-point source pollution program in the next, let's say, 1 to 2 years. It takes a while. So NOAA has to review it, NOAA and EPA have to review it, and they have to put it out on the federal register. So it's not something that we can do immediately, but we're very hopeful. We have meetings coming up with NOAA and EPA in the near future to chart that progress. So we're very hopeful about that. But it really is a generational change in how forestry will be managed in Oregon. Everything to do with buffers on non-fish-bearing streams, which they really weren't before, to larger buffers on fish-bearing streams, managing harvesting on steep slopes, legacy roads, and then herbicide application along riparian areas. So all those were issues that were brought up before, and of course, we as an agency, nor DEQ couldn't directly affect those. So really, it had to be a change in the Forest Practices Act and the rules that implement them. So we are pleased about that and the progress that hopefully we will be making. I believe forestry has to adopt updated forest practices rules by November of this year. So it's pretty fast tracked.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I've been involved with co-advising several graduate students who have been looking at the application of forest herbicides and pesticides moving through riparian areas and getting incorporated into the tissues of soft-shell clams, oysters, and such. Some of that work has been published, but most of it is in graduate thesis project supplement of the Portland State University. You guys should have access to that. I'm sure you have been on those advisory committees and such. That's continuing on.
Sorry, is that, whose lab is that primarily?
It's been Dr. Elise Granite's lab.
Thank you.
And I'm Andy, you've been on an advisory committee, at least one of those two. Thank you. That would be something that we want to bring in too when we're working with NOAA and EPA. All right. There we go. Okay, so coastal news. We do currently have 2 fellows. We have Kyle Byers, who's in the back there, and she is helping us with a tribal federal consistency policy and processes. So what that means is, as you may know, coastal programs, all the coastal programs in the country, when their coastal program is approved, they get 2 big carrots. One of them is funding that we've talked a little bit about, and the other is federal consistency, which means that any federal permit or action in the coastal zone has to be consistent with the policies of our coastal program. And so really the Coastal Zone Management Act has been silent in terms of tribal engagement. That may change here in the near future, but right now it's been silent. And so especially with Jordan Cove, little project that we reviewed a few years ago, it became apparent that we really needed to update how we coordinate with tribes when we're doing federal consistency reviews. So that is what Kyle is helping us with. And of course, that's a big enough project, but then she's ended up becoming involved in other aspects of the agency's coordination with tribes as well. So unfortunately, her fellowship is supposed to end in September. Maybe we'll be able to keep her on for a couple months beyond that, we hope, but she's been doing great work. And then Carl Hendrickson, who will be starting August 8th. He is going to be helping us implement the new sea level rise guide. So we're really happy with that. So his mentors will be Meg Reed and Chris. So about that. I think most of you would have received, hopefully have seen the sea level rise guide and maybe even helped.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet, never mind. I know you did some outreach to some communities.
I think we sent it to Jill. I don't know. We've sent it to a few people for
Okay.
review, and we're incorporating those revisions now. And
Okay.
yeah, hopefully it'll be publicly released momentarily.
Okay. Soon.
Very soon.
And Carl will help us implement it, so that's great.
So bad.
Yes.
You could use your stage voice. So, yeah, pretend like you're in Broadway and because even Steve, who I thought I could hear pretty well, it was a little low. So if everybody could just remember to project, that would be great.
Okay. So funding, as I mentioned, put on my stage voice. As I mentioned, we get quite a bit, most of our funding from NOAA, and so we closely watch the federal budget. So for fiscal year 23, funding for the states, actually, no, it is fiscal year 23. Funding for the states is stable, very slightly increased. We were, I did want to mention last year, after having 4 years of the prior president zeroing out coastal zone management grants in their proposed president's budget, last year, President Biden had a significant increase in coastal zone management grants. That did actually not happen, unfortunately, but we were very pleased to not be zeroed out and to actually have a proposed increase, and we did get a slight increase. But I did want to say that where there was a significant increase was they love to call it the bipartisan infrastructure bill that passed a few months ago, and in it included funding that was specific for coastal states. There's quite a few different, as you may know, quite a few different funding streams through that infrastructure bill, but one in particular is only available for coastal programs such as ours to apply for. And I have a slide that will talk about that a little bit more, but that will really add significantly to the state's funding for habitat restoration and acquisition in the coast. So we're pretty excited about that. So that was one reason, as I understand it, why Congress didn't significantly increase the coastal zone management grants, because they thought, oh, well, you're getting extra funding through the infrastructure bill. So just wanted to mention that. Also wanted to mention another thing that Meg's involved in, Goal 18 rulemaking for ocean fronting roads. As most of you may know, Goal 18 prohibits shoreline stabilization, structural shoreline stabilization of development that didn't exist before 1977. Roads are not included in what's considered development. So there's several parts, especially 101, where ODOT is probably going to need to do some structural shoreline stabilization. And so Meg has been working with a technical advisory group to kind of narrowly define what that would be and kind of create an exception process through Goal 2. So we are planning that goes to the commission for the first hearing in July of this year. So if you have any questions on that, Meg is here. Did want to mention some of the other new things. We have new staff. You've met Claire, who's helping us with public access. Casey, our new grants coordinator. Marcus Chatfield, who's working on submerged cables. Actually, I'll talk about that in a minute. I think that's good to mention. And then Jeff Burvite, who will be starting next month, and Brett Estes will be starting the month after that. And Lisa, who is not new, but she's new in her coastal policy role. And did want to mention we have a new director also who just started this month, Brenda Bates. Bateman, sorry. Better remember my own director. So she's I think she'll be great. If you haven't met her, she comes to us. She worked for Water Resources for a number of years, and most recently Business Order. So the day that our office reopened, we also had a new director. So it's been a busy month. And last but not least, but I think unless something changes, this will be my last coastal planners meeting, because I am planning to retire in August. So unless things change. So new staff and leaving staff. And finally, this is the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Zone Management Act this year, and next year will be the 50th anniversary of the Land Use Program in Oregon. One other thing I did want to mention, that the Coastal Zone Management Act hasn't been reauthorized since 1990, and there actually is a bill that's floating around that may reauthorize it. And so we're hoping, this would be really great timing with the 50th anniversary. So they're calling it really fine tuning, kind of bringing it up to speed with coastal resiliency, and it would mention the tribes actually this time, which the tribes were not mentioned previously in the Coastal Zone Management Act. So we'll be watching for that to see if the Coastal Zone Management Act will actually be reauthorized this year. Any questions on any of that? Okay, so this is a slide specifically on the coastal infrastructure funding opportunity. We don't have the funding guidance from NOAA yet. We're hopefully next month. They were hoping to have it out in January. That did not happen. So their funding guidance was approved by Congress last week. They still are awaiting approval from Department of Commerce and OMB. So, and our slide disappeared.
Sorry, I was trying to move it full screen.
So I did want to mention, so we don't have funding guidance yet. And so, so all the funding, each coastal state can apply for up to 3 of these infrastructure projects each year, each one up to $5 million. And it's specifically for coastal habitat or acquisition or restoration. And so, of course, this would be something that we would need to work on partners, because we're not a land owning agency. We don't have the bulldozers to actually do the restoration. So we would be working with partners, you know, whether it's counties and if the property where the acquisition and the restoration occurs has to be public property, which could be city, county, or tribal land. So, but that is one caveat that, you know, needs to be thought of. So we, there we go. So coastal programs are applicants. So this is kind of a unique one. This is the only infrastructure one where only the coastal programs can apply. Yes.
There are mitigation sites under the estuary management plans count?
I don't think so, no, because they, if it was purely restoration, yeah, so but not mitigation. Great try. So yes, so habitat restoration, planning for restoration and engineering and design, ecosystem conservation. So the minimum for these grants is 200,000 and the maximum is 5 million.
Does it need to be right where it butts up the ocean shore or the estuary?
No, it's I think it's if it's within a coastal county. It's eligible.
Coastal county. And I guess who's eligible to be an applicant? Is that just county?
Well, we have to apply. The coastal program has to apply, but we would be networking with, you know, ODFW or, you know, any number of
Watershed council.
watershed councils, right?
It just has to occur on public land. But there can be nonprofit partners involved.
But you said purchase, so if we purchase, it could then become public land.
Yes.
Yes, like I know one project in particular would become tribal land, for example, or if it was city or county or state, right? It just has to be public and provide access. It doesn't, not intense recreational access. Those wouldn't be a place to fund boardwalks particularly, or intense recreation. Pardon me?
Access infrastructure.
Yeah, it'd have to be very minor.
That's not required to build a pathway with ADA.
No, and so each coastal state may apply for up to 3 per year. And again, we don't have the funding guidance, but we do know that we will be asked to submit up to 3 letters of intent, and then NOAA decides which one to invite for a full proposal. So, and again, we're hoping to we'll probably only have a 30-day turnaround when we get the funding notice. So then after 30 days or so, we'll have to send in the hopefully 3 letters of intent. You know, and I think NOAA will be looking for, you know, to maximize coastal resiliency, improvements to coastal resiliency. They're going to be looking for geographic diversity, and also things that are close to, you know, the closer they are to shovel ready, the happier they will be, I think, because they want to see action on the ground. They'd rather, you know, especially at first, they want to see progress, that they can demonstrate that.
And remind me again, when the doors open now, or you're going to solicit for applications?
We don't have, NOAA has not released the funding guidance yet, so we will get that information out as soon as we can, and we're anticipating that there will be 30 days after we receive the funding guidance for us to submit 3 letters of intent, so we'll have to be ready to treat that.
So you could have proposals sitting in the pot now.
We could, but we're not really trying to, we're trying to get ideas from people, but we don't exactly know what the funding guidance will be. And the closer
I see.
that the projects can align with the funding guidance, the more likely they are to be approved.
I'm just thinking about a piece of property that's within the estuary tidal influence, it's maybe 500 acres that can probably maybe apply. Whether we think it's purchased.
And, you know, just in terms of, you know, if there's like a willing seller, that would be a plus. Or if there's already been a, you know, property review assessment.
And there's a willing seller right now.
We also want to get, you know, projects in the pipeline for the additional years. And that.
Right. So even if we didn't submit it this year, that might be a good project for the following year.
I was going to buy that one.
And we will ultimately, fingers crossed, have a staff person that will be doing all this, you know, helping to, with partners and all that sort of thing. Right now, we don't have that, but Noah heard from the coastal states that we thought this was fabulous, but we really needed capacity to help do this because right now we don't have anybody who's, you know, working on these kind of projects. So that will be something else that we need. It's not competitive for that. These are competitive. No guarantee that any one coastal state will get a project, but the capacity funding is not competitive. So we need to do a work program with NOAA, and if they approve it, then we'll get funding for that capacity. So this year, a number of people are helping. Casey's helping with her experience with grant management, Claire, because of her background in nonprofits and acquisition, and Lisa, because she used to be the head of the Tillamook program and Tillamook National Estuary Program, has experience with this kind of thing too. So we're all kind of working together. This time next year, hopefully we'll have a coordinator.
And per year, how much will Oregon have potentially that?
Well, each state can apply for up to 3.
Of 5 million, please.
Yes,
So that'd be 15 million.
potentially.
And one very incredible benefit of this is there's no match.
Yeah.
That is unusual. So more to come on that, but I did want to make sure that you all knew that because you know, cities, counties may have an interest in this as well. And certainly ODF&W and potentially other state agencies as well. So any other questions on that? Okay, and wanted to put a slide in on tribal coordination. As I mentioned, Kyle, who's sitting in the back there, her project is to develop federal consistency tribal consultation policy for the department. But just in general, the agency has had, you know, much increased coordination with the tribes over the last several years, whether it's on rulemaking. Every rulemaking we do, we notify the tribes now and invite them to participate either on the technical advisory committee or any other way they choose to separately, and they can ask to consult to government consultation as well. The agency's policy agenda, we're now circulating to the tribes. All of our grants have to access project of special merit that Claire's working on. We've notified the tribes. The climate change adaptation resilience assessment that Chris is working on, we've notified the tribes and we're working with them. Climate change mitigation, which is a huge project that's just coming finally to a completion at the agency. Tribal engagement there as well. Recently, we've updated the Rocky Shores portion of the territorial sea plan and had quite a bit of consultation, including consultation actually with the tribes, 2 of the coastal tribes on that. Offshore wind planning, they're very engaged in as well. So just as not only our coastal program, but the agency as a whole is just definitely increased its coordination with the tribes. And you'll hear more today. We are planning to have rulemaking for Goal 5 cultural areas, which of course is something the tribes are very interested in. And so we'll be talking about that later today. Any questions on any of that? There we go. So I think now, probably just about time. Yes, oh, we're late actually a little bit. So now we're going to shift to Andy, who is spending a great deal of time on offshore wind these days. You've probably heard a little bit about that, especially on the South Coast. So he will be updating us on that process.
All right, how's everyone doing? Anybody heard about offshore wind on the South Coast? I would just say a lot of my time over the last year and a half has been devoted to this issue. What I'm going to do today is provide a pretty high-level summary. I've got some slides from my colleague Whitney Howard, who's the BOEM staff lead for the state of Oregon, and then a few slides to talk about our program-specific role. The BOEM's jurisdiction is the Outer Continental Shelf that goes from the end of state waters, which is 3 nautical miles, all the way out to 200. They don't have jurisdiction over marine sanctuaries, however, so that's why you see some of the areas in Southern California or Washington kind of carved out. So no offshore wind would happen in a marine sanctuary. Oregon did land on the Bureau's national strategy for trying to achieve 30 gigawatts by 2030. This was part of the Biden administration's big push. That being said, we have talked to their staff, and Oregon's 3 gigawatts, which was what was early identified, doesn't have to be met because there's so much potential energy coming from the East Coast that they can meet that goal really without us. So when you see a diagram like this, keep in mind that the state of Oregon is still directly engaged with BOEM, and we've communicated we think this is a little fast for the state, but they do like to have a West Coast presence. Certainly California is a little bit ahead of us. But you can see that they have, and this is for a lease sale. So this is not actually steel in the water. This is just that a company has identified that they're interested and that they want to study the site for potential development. Sorry, this is so washed out. There was a schematic with some turbines out on the offshore component here that's completely blown out on the projector. But if you can imagine, they build platforms that they will put a turbine, spar, and blades on top of. In Oregon waters, the Outer Continental Shelf is so deep that they can't bottom mount these things, so they would actually have to anchor and then have an array of anchor lines and cables that would go between the actual physical floating turbines. There would be an element of the power that's kind of aggregated together and conditioned before a power cable was brought to shore. These would be handled similarly to other submarine cables on the coast, which is buried to the maximum extent practicable. But there are different elements of jurisdiction at play here, BOEM having the Outer Continental Shelf. And then as soon as elements of the project come across state waters and land on Oregon shores, that's really where Oregon's plans and policies come into place with local plans and ordinances applying to any elements of a project that are on land. So your local plans, your estuary plans, your shoreline plans will come into play on any element of a project that comes to shore. That's really not a big part of the discussion right now because everybody's focused out offshore on where these things are going to be potentially sited or leased. But that's something to keep in mind for the future, because that's really where the state will be able to have a say about whether or not the development is consistent with the state of Oregon's plans and policies. Right now, we are at the point in time where there's the first official action by BOEM to begin the leasing authorization process. It's called a request for or call for information and nominations. I'll go specifically into what that means a little bit more, but keep in mind that we're talking about a process right now where we've had a governmental task force, and it's been more than 2 years since we've been working on the issue. So what happens next is something called area identification, or filtering down of the broad call areas to a more specific area. And that is where they would begin environmental reviews. Leasing would happen following that, and that will take a couple of years for the leasing and the auction process for BOEM to sort itself out. And a lease just allows an applicant to study the area. So they can do things like put out an oceanographic buoy, do remote sensing surveys of the area to characterize it. All of that is designed to then inform the next part of the process, which is centered around the construction and operations plan for a facility. And that can take multiple years for a company to develop. And that would be the point in time where we actually have elements of the project that we could review for consistency with Oregon's plans and policies. But when we're looking at the timeline here, we're 2 to 10 years potentially, depends upon the industry partner, how quickly they move. So we are really at the very beginning of this process. As I mentioned, there's been a lot of work between the state and BOEM, and as part of the intergovernmental task force leading up to this point. I'm not going to go into the minutia there, but there's some good documentation about the data that's been gathered, the meetings that have been held, and the outreach that's happened to date. And the call areas are pretty big compared to some of the other call areas around the nation, and that was done purposefully to allow further winnowing down and further kind of exclusion of areas because of potential conflicts with resources or users that are out in that space. Together, if the whole area was developed, it would total up to potentially 14 gigawatts of power. That's a lot of power. Our coastal grid certainly couldn't accept all of that power to date. It's not configured to do so. So the state is really looking at less than 3 gigawatts as a starting point for this. There was a winnowing process. Again, we started with basically the whole outer continental shelf, and again, sorry that the graphic is blown out, but we planned for any place from shore out to 1,300 meters of depth. That meant that we collected information throughout that entire area. And then the state provided some guidance to BOEM, which they used to create the first 3 proposed call areas. And then based upon further review and evaluation and some of the things that the feedback that the BOEM had through stakeholder engagement, they ended up taking this middle one out because of the abandoned high spot, essential fish habitat conservation area, and steep slopes that were present in that one. So what's left are these 2 proposed or call areas. They start at a depth of a couple hundred meters and go to close to 1,300 meters of depth. And if I had to guess right now, I would say most of the areas that are going to be identified are going to be on the deeper end of that range rather than the shallower end because of sensitivities with visual impacts, because of the fact that when you get more shallow you get, the more uses, the more fishing, the more activities are there. So that's kind of a general summary of those 2 big call areas. And BOEM is asking for feedback as a part of the call, both from users, from agencies, to identify the concerns, areas of concerns. And this can be any one of a laundry list of things that people are concerned about with this potential new use. But they're also looking for offshore wind energy feedback. So does an industry think it can develop at 1,300 meters? They're asking for the industry to identify specific geographic spaces within the call to identify explicitly so that they have an understanding of where the industry wants to be within these broad areas. So the call is purposeful and twofold. One is to identify concerns, and the other is to identify interest from the industry. And they will use that as they move forward with the leasing process to help identify an area. So the call is out. It's out for a period of 60 days, which is a couple of weeks longer than they're required to by law. And that ends at the end of the month in June. And there's ways to comment. I'll talk a little bit about my involvement in particular, but again, we're still kind of at the early phase. There's going to be the area identification, which may take 6 to 9 months, I would guess. And then they would start kind of the process of thinking about leasing. That's where our coastal program would have its first look at federal consistency determination when they do an assessment of that area relative to and to inform the proposed leases. So the state of Oregon has had a long history of ocean planning, marine reserves, marine renewable energy within state waters. All of that experience we are bringing to bear on this issue, especially because it has potentially outsized impacts, both potentially positive and negative. But we will look to our guiding documents, our territorial sea plan for the enforceable policies of the state. We do have an approved geographic location description, which is an assessment of the reasonably foreseeable impacts from offshore energy to the resources that we've identified as a state. So we will be using that as the lens within which we view this proposed activity. Our Ocean Policy Advisory Council is staying appraised of this. Our new chair of the council is a fishing industry rep who's very involved in the offshore wind discussion. So I feel like we have a good connection with our stakeholders to really hear and understand the concerns that they're bringing up. And my role has really been to help assist in the data gathering and dissemination portion of this exercise. So as I've mentioned in the past, we have archives from our spatial planning exercises in the past. We've combined those with other statewide geographic data from the Spatial Data Library and aggregations of data from our project like the Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment Project, which was a statewide project that looked at all kinds of renewable energy, with offshore being one component. And we've combined those together into a single offshore catalog and tool called Aura Wind Map. This was built leveraging the infrastructure that has been developed by the West Coast Ocean Alliance and the West Coast Ocean Data Portal. And there are over 300 some different layers of information in this tool that are publicly accessible. We've used it in our outreach meetings so that people, if they have questions about birds or mammals, we can actually say, yes, look at the information that's there. And that can help inform whatever your perspective is on this issue by looking at the proposed call areas relative to the information that we have on hand. There's a number of how-to videos, how to watch it, how to use the tool. You can create a user account login. You can create a map. You can bookmark a bunch of layers that you've identified together, and you can annotate and then share all of that with the federal agency so that you can provide specific geographic comments back to BOEM based upon whatever your perspective is. So that's a system we've spent a lot of time and investment in to help the state of Oregon really try and understand the issues that are important to us from this particular potential impact. And as Patty mentioned already, the topic of federal consistency is one that we're paying close attention to as we work together with BOEM. We're putting bugs in their ear that yes, we have a visual resource standard, we have fisheries impact standards, we have standards that the state has brought to bear, and we will be looking at those when federal consistency reviews for the issue are brought forward. And again, the real power, I think, of this exercise is in promoting that early coordination and cooperation so that the resources that we care about are the things that the Bureau is thinking about right up at the beginning. As an example of just one component or one element of a potential future project review, I've identified just the permitting process for submarine cables. Patty mentioned that we have a new staff person, Marcus, who's on board to help us review part 4 of the territorial sea plan. But as it stands already, there's a number of state, local, and federal permits that our program would review as a part of any submarine cable that comes to shore. So when we think about this potential new use, this is one element of the state of Oregon's review component. So I won't go into details on these. I'm sure many of you have direct experience working with cable landings. But we do have a working group that's been established to help make recommendations for how to improve Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan. And when our agency actually updates the plan, that updated and amended plan will apply to any future cables that come to shore. So that will be an important component of the work that the state does in the next couple of years that will inform future offshore wind energy siting and review. And lastly, the points in time at which we've identified the federal consistency review coming to bear, they are in association with the first leasing and site assessment and or the construction and operations plan. So those are the two places that our program is paying close attention to and trying to prepare for, because in discussions with our neighbors to the south, they said that for a consistency review that they conducted, it took 3 staff 6 months to complete a review for one of the areas identified off of Humboldt. So it will be a significant workload, and state agencies are beginning to think about and plan for the kind of capacity that we're going to need to really engage in this issue to do planning and siting responsibly for the state. Just the last kind of key review considerations that we've identified right up front. Again, they're the same things that we've talked about: our fish and wildlife review impacts, viewshed impacts have been brought up both by our tribal governments as well as state parks. The city and county policies associated with landing and shoreline related developments, the Territorial Sea Plan enforcement policies, and then the fact that we, DLCD, have been designated as the state agency responsible for initiating consultation in regards to these projects. And we have been in 2 consultations to date with both BOEM and tribal governments, both the Coquille and the CT-Clusie. So our tribal governments are paying very close attention to this issue. And we want to ensure that BOEM conducts the appropriate kind of consultative duties. So we're paying close attention to that as well. And with that, we'll take any questions. I know it's a lot of information, and I'm guessing a lot of you have seen a lot of stakeholder attention to the issue. So. Yeah, Sabra?
Are any of the state agencies working with NANUS?
I would say yes, but I would say individual staff within agencies have direct connection and work with NANUS. I sit on the governing council of NANUS myself. I know ODF&W participates with NANUS. And for those of you who don't know what NANUS is the Northwest Association of Networked Ocean Observing Systems. The West Coast has 3 what they call regional associations of ocean observing systems. So the Oregon and Washington have NANUS, whereas California has 2 OOSs, the Central California and Southern California OOSs. And they really do focus on providing near real-time ocean observational data to the communities that need it. So tuna fishermen have an app that NANUS has helped to develop that helps them see where the warm water kind of boundary is. And when the warm water comes to shore, that's when the tuna fishermen love to go out. As well as other information about sea surface temperature, wave climates, that kind of thing. So yes, we're certainly aware of the OOSs and support the work that they do.
I can add that the Marine program contributes data directly, as do our contractors. Contracted State University, University of Atlanta, USC Law, also contribute to this study.
Yeah, it was the fastest I've ever seen your program produce data, Steve, was to help fisheries get fisheries data come into this process. And that, I mean, it was lightning quick compared to some of the previous examples. And I feel that that was a great success, and your department being able to produce it and our department being able to publish it and it being available in almost, in a month's time, to be able to inform this process. So
I can also put in the pitch that ESL South Slough Reserve, the swamp program also contributes to that. That's probably, I think, Tillamook is also now contributing to the data sets too as well.
yeah, that's great. Yeah.
What can you share about the 80,000 jobs? Are those like installation jobs? Are those resolved management jobs? Are they a combination of that? Where are these things being made? And how are they getting here? Have they thought about the routes to get them through?
Yeah, thank you. So the question was, what can I share about the 80,000 jobs or so that I think communities have been told might come in association with a new industry? And I would caution that there are a lot of unknowns still with the issue, and part of how many jobs are created is what kind of support and supply jobs may be associated with a new industry coming to the state. So if Coos Bay was a location where they began to fabricate the offshore floating platforms, if it was a place where they were fabricating and building the machines right on the North Spit, that would certainly lead to an industry support jobs that would be part of the construction phase. There would certainly be a lot of ongoing maintenance jobs associated with arrays out offshore. But a lot of this is purely speculative because we don't know that the company is going to choose Coos Bay to be the marshaling port or the development port. And there's kind of a race happening on the West Coast with Humboldt, with Morro Bay, with even the Port of Seattle has become interested because they could be a port that builds some of this stuff, and they could be floated down the coast to Oregon from Seattle. So it's an unknown, but there certainly are a lot of potential jobs associated if the industry starts to build and to form the kind of the trade school supplies, the industry that would need to grow something like this.
One thing with Jordan Cove that came out to us from was the vision of what might be local people that could actually have a long-term job, and those people that might come in for an initial installment that are technical specialists from somewhere else already trained and are rather ephemeral. They're here for a big installation for 2 to 5 years, and then they move on to someplace else. And so I'm having the local community out and they'll ask me, well, what do you think about all the jobs? And then I just had to relay what I've heard as well. Think about your community and the local grocery store and whether the economy is going to boom in Coos Bay. It can partly depend on whether those jobs are, like you said, an actual industry that moves here, or it's a 2,000 person install crew that's here 2 years and then they're never here again, other than a few maintenance people. So that's 80,000. It'll be interesting to see how that might get divvied up, whether it's temporary for a couple of years and it's a real robust type thing.
Yeah, I think it really depends upon, how the industry decides to support a West Coast presence. If Humboldt goes first, they may get a benefit of a lot of that activity, but I would guess that there's going to be significant needs if the West Coast industry starts and comes into being, that you're on the edge of the Pacific Rim, and if they can prove the technology here, then it could be that they're built them here and then they're shipped all around the world's oceans places. So that could really grow an economy of producing these things. So I think that's where there's so much uncertainty just associated with how the next 10, 15 years happens. But I think that's why people in Salem, legislators are very interested in the economic development. I think that's why House Bill 3375, which is the bill that required the Department of Energy to study and identify opportunities and challenges of this industry. And that's why people are interested, is that there is potentially a significant economic opportunity and a clean energy opportunity if we can do it responsibly.
Anyone just mentioned how big these are?
Yeah, these devices are potentially huge, with, platforms that maybe 15, 20 feet above the water just to support the turbine, and the turbine being close to 800 feet tall with blades, 300 feet long. So these are gigantic devices. Yeah.
So, obviously producing electricity, it has to go somewhere. Where does ELCD role fit in if it's going somewhere? It's not just going down there.
Yeah, so my understanding of the power element of this question is that, there's an agreement between the private power producer and the Public Utility Commission or the local electric that actually is going to purchase the power. And, the big kind of desire is for enough power to come onshore near a substation where it can then be distributed throughout the coastal region, and potentially some of that power can go inland over some of the bigger kilovolt transmission lines over into the valley. That's all Bonneville Power Administration and the public utilities that create that balance of the power ecosystem that we all don't think about a lot, but expect when the lights get turned on that it's there. Sabra?
Kind of as a nod to our next topic, are we able to look at any other states that are further ahead and compare the resilience as far as either severe weather, tsunami, earthquake, any of that, with the offshore cable coming on land versus our current land-based cables? Because we're easily cut off right now. Would this help mitigate that?
That is something a lot of people are interested in knowing and talking and identifying. I think there's not likely an analogy at other places in the world with our active continental margin with a potentially Cascadia earthquake prone risk. So I think that is something that's maybe unique to us. And these things would be anchored to the seafloor, some hundreds of meters in depth. So part of the challenge in Oregon is that floating offshore wind is not as technologically stable and as developed as other places in the world where they can bottom out a turbine into the ocean floor. So there's a little bit of you're going to have to prove your devices can withstand Oregon's ocean and the forces of Oregon's ocean. And I think the state would like to see a phased development approach where there's some, small amount of development that goes forward to prove that these things can exist, but that doesn't really go well with Bone's leasing process. And I think that that's a significant challenge because there's a mismatch there.
Yanni?
Yep.
We're
Are we ready to
extremely
go?
over time.
Yep.
So I just wanted to make everybody aware.
We should probably end questions there and move on. But I will be available to answer any other questions on the side.
We're here for the day. So. Thank you, Andy. Got very important topic going on right now. Next, before our break, new treats arriving this week. Moses is going to update us on his Entry Resilience Action Planning grant that he's working on.
My
Howdy, everybody. Just to introduce myself again. I'm Michael Moses. I'm the Estuarine Resilience Coordinator for DLCD right now. You can call me Mike, Michael, Moses. Hey, you stop that. I'll respond to anything, but you may hear a lot of people call me Moses. Michael's a very common name. So I'm here to talk about my project that I'm working on right now, which is the Estuarine Resilience Action Planning Project, or ERAP. I was going to go with Coastal Resilience Action Planning, but the acronym didn't really lend itself very well to the government process. So we're going with ERAP. Really wanted to. So let's talk about ERAP today. So this project is funded by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, or NIFWF. So we got a grant to conduct this work over 2 years approximately in 2 coastal counties. So we did a North Coast and South Coast jurisdiction, which is Tillamook and Coos respectively. And we're focusing on all the estuaries within those counties, or the major estuaries within those counties. So 5, kind of 6 in Tillamook, and then the 2 major ones here in Coos, Coos Estuary and Coquille River Estuary, of course. Okay, so I don't have my notes, so bear with me here. So the plans are going to be developed in 3 parts, or 3 phases. The first phase is our Estuarine Resilience Needs Assessment. So we're engaging local organizations, local stakeholders to construct working groups or steering committees, if you will, to assess what are the local needs and concerns surrounding these estuaries for the communities that rely on these estuaries and that are impacted by natural hazards that occur within the estuaries. And in doing so, we are conducting a vulnerability assessment in phase 1 to assess, to pull in a broad swath of stakeholders across the counties to assess what are those specific needs and concerns, where are the actual threats and risks associated with specific assets, resources, and vulnerable populations surrounding these estuaries. So once we've conducted that vulnerability assessment, that'll kind of paint the picture for us to understand where we need to kind of narrow our scope to start planning for some specific projects that are related to resilience for natural hazards that will help us address some of those vulnerabilities and protect those vulnerable assets, resources, and populations. In phase 2, we take all that vulnerability, that needs assessment information, and we start to lay out, okay, what do we need to understand in order to plan for some specific projects to address these vulnerabilities. So conducting analyses, collecting all the tools, the resources, and the data and information that would be useful for us to figure out what are the anticipated impacts going to be, what are the costs and benefits of a particular action or project that will improve resilience related to these estuaries. And then in phase 3, take all of that information and start to lay out what are the specific projects we're going to move forward with, what are the goals for each of those projects, what are the milestones and the timelines for those projects, and impose some timelines and prioritize all of those projects. We'll engage our local stakeholders throughout this process. So especially in phase 2, where we're going to invite back at the end of that phase, all those stakeholders that we engaged for their vulnerability assessment, bring them back for some adaptation action planning workshops and say, okay, we heard where all of your concerns are, where all the vulnerabilities are. Here's a menu of adaptation actions that we could potentially plan for to address those vulnerabilities and get stakeholder feedback on those to help us really narrow the scope of those and winnow down to a final list of resilience actions that we want to plan for. So that the approach for the whole process then, bottom-up, community-driven. We really want this to be not dictated by the state, but really to have local needs and concerns really driving that process, telling us where we need to focus our efforts, because the scope of the plans is not broad ranging. We've intentionally limited ourselves to the estuaries because that's where the majority of coastal populations are situated in Oregon, around the estuaries. So that's where we not only have the most impacts from natural hazards and other vulnerabilities, but also stand to gain the most for
action planning. It's going to be led by community or it is led by community organizations. So in Tillamook, the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership is our lead partner there. In Coos, we have the Partnership for Coastal Watersheds, and then we have a subgroup for the Coquille River Estuary that's being led by or co-led by SNR with SABRA. So we'll engage local stakeholders, as I mentioned, assisted by technical expertise. So not only can we leverage some of the technical expertise in-house at PLCD, but also across our partner agencies with the Oregon Coastal Management Program. But then also we're partnering and leveraging a lot of work being conducted right now by the University of Oregon's Institute for Policy Research and Engagement, or IPRE. So they have a whole staff there with grad students and other teams of folks who really focus on disaster planning, resilience planning, vulnerability assessment type work. So they have a lot of staff capacity there for technical expertise. And so I've been coordinating with those folks they've conducted the main vulnerability assessment for the Coos Estuary, and then I'm coordinating with them to kind of replicate some of that work for Tillamook and Coquille River. Leverage existing and anticipated planning efforts. So as much as we can, we don't want to duplicate efforts or overlap other good planning work that's been done in these areas. And a lot of has been done to assess vulnerabilities or plan for natural hazards and all that kind of work that I'm sure many of you have been involved in. So we're doing our best to kind of make this work fit into the greater planning ecosystem that already exists. So in that way, it also limits our scope and kind of gives us a little bit of direction on where we need to focus in each of these areas. Scientifically grounded and guided. So I mentioned all the technical expertise that we're leveraging and relying on. And then once we've completed this process, which is a pilot process, this is our first time doing something like this, we'll kind of assess what worked, what didn't work, what we can improve on. And hopefully, funding and staff capacity dependent, we'd like to roll this out to the remaining 5 coastal counties in future years. And to that end, right now, NIFWIF has their RFP out for the next round of funding for the Coastal Resilience Fund. So we put in a pre-proposal, and we were aiming to do Lincoln and Lane counties next if we get invited for a full proposal and subsequently awarded. So that would be the next steps for the next 2 years, starting next year. And then, of course, the focus of all of this from NIFWIF is to focus on nature-based solutions or natural or green infrastructure, all kind of different terms for the same idea. But, these are going to be things like what you see here. So nature-based solutions don't really focus on built infrastructure or hard infrastructure solutions, of course, but how can we emulate natural processes, natural landscapes, to address vulnerabilities and mitigate impacts from natural hazards. So it's going to be things like, barrier islands or oyster reefs or reconnecting floodplain, restoring habitats, restoring salt marshes, these kinds of things that are going to, the main focus for all of these things is going to be to attenuate incoming wave energy, redirect floodwaters, redirect all that wave energy that's coming into somewhere else, at least when we're thinking about it through the lens of flood-related hazards, which in many parts of the coast, that's the #1 hazard that people seem to be concerned with, whether it's coming from king tides, storm surge, sea level rise, tsunami inundation, what have you. So that's been a big focus, but I understand, and with my Coquille group, which many of you in the room are part of, and there's other hazards of concern, one of the big ones being wildfire related to the gorse issue. So that's something I'm really interested to understand better. Desired outcomes. So in the short term, we really want to help local communities understand local threats and needs, plan for resilience, understand where they need to focus their efforts in the coming years, next decade, 2 decades, hopefully. Understand the different costs and benefits associated with any given project that they might engage with. And then that they're prepared to seek funding if they need to seek funding and move the projects forward to more advanced stages of completion. And then in the long term, local communities, resilience in these areas is improved. integration and advancement on other state and regional planning initiatives so that this will coordinate with things that are already out there, such as natural hazard mitigation plans, but also maybe help move the needle a little bit on updates to estuary management plans and some of the other documents that we would like to update and kind of bring into the 21st century. And then future efforts will build on this work and expand partnerships and capacity coastwide. So, you know, that's I think it's really important that we at the state maintain good relationships with local planners and local stakeholders throughout this process. And so to what extent we can, we'll utilize this process to do that. And just wanted to throw this up here. So here's some of the partners who are engaged in this process right now. Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, as I mentioned up there. We have cities, counties, watershed councils, nonprofit organizations, all on our different steering committees for the different estuaries, and then our OCMP partners and Institute for Policy Research and Engagement. So right now we're about almost a year into the process, and we're at different stages right now in the different estuaries. In the Coos estuary, we've completed our vulnerability assessment now, and I think in 2 weeks, we're going to be having our adaptation action planning workshops with the IPRE. So those are, for Coos, they're going to be stakeholder specific, sector specific, excuse me. So we have, I think, 5 adaptation action workshops occurring. And so it'll be natural resources sector, the industry and infrastructure sector, community structure sectors for different workshops so that we can shape those potential projects that we want to plan for. In Tillamook, we recently completed our vulnerability assessment. So we just finished our phase 1 process there. And we're going to be planning over the summer for our adaptation action workshops, which will probably occur at the end of the summer or early fall, once we've kind of done our assessments and our analyses. And then for the Coquille River, we're in the middle of our vulnerability assessment right now. So we're planning for some community listening sessions here upcoming next month. And that will kind of be the last major step in our vulnerability assessment for the Coquille River estuary. And this should all wrap up at the end of May of 23. So for most of our efforts, we'll be done with phase 2 a little later this year by fall time, and moving into phase 3 for all of those for 2023. And taking questions. Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that the bipartisan infrastructure bill that passed included significant increases in funding for the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, this Coastal Resilience Fund. And so the idea being that we fund projects like ours to identify those potential projects. And for NIFWIF, it doesn't need to come from us. Anybody can apply. It can be a watershed council, it can be a county. So if during the process that Moses is helping you all with, if you identify a project, then that's something that NIFWIF, you can apply for that project through NIFWIF funding. And again, it doesn't have to come through us. So that's.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. That's need to make sure I'm checking all the boxes on my notes here in my head. So some of the projects that we are helping people plan for, it could be a project that we're able to cook up from scratch, or it could be something that's already underway that people are already trying to plan for. Either you need funding, or you're in the permitting or design phases. Maybe you've already broken ground. Whatever it might be, if it falls under the broad umbrella of natural infrastructure or nature-based solutions, then that can be included in our process. And it's something that we can help folks plan for and move forward into the next steps.
Any questions for Moses, either here or online? You want the break?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it quick so we can get to break. So.
All right. So we've got cookies and lots of goodies. Lots of goodies.
About 5 minutes.
All right, be fast.
Yeah.
5 minutes. We're ready to get.
Because lunch is right behind us.
Literally.
Yeah.
Mandy? Thank you. enticing to stay outside. Again, my name is Claire Figner, and I was recently hired as the Coastal Public Access Coordinator. And I'm excited to talk about public access with you today and the project we have. It's not. There. Great. So as we all probably know and are familiar, Oregon's beaches are public because of the Great Beach Bill. And then access to beaches and coastal shorelines is protected through the statewide goal, land use goal 17. And that really talks to protecting and increasing access to coastal shorelines and waters. And it really outlines also the need to have an inventory of access sites. So the decadal inventory, access inventory, is maintained over time and updated every 10 years, which OCMP has done the last few times. The most recently was done in 2021, which was over a year because of COVID. It took a little bit longer to get everywhere. And each of the local jurisdictions on the coast should have received the inventory data for your region, your city or county to use as you like. And if you don't have that or need it again, we have GIS layers and photos and lots of information about those sites. So contact me if you do need those again. Happy to help share that. We also have been working with an interagency group, OCMP group called the Shoreline Access Work Group. And they're sort of like a data clearinghouse to help make sure that the access data is really standardized across agencies, so it's easily shareable. Because there's a real intersection with emergency services and evacuation usage and things like that. So there's also that group that's looking at the inventory data to make it as most useful across agencies as possible. So some of the trends that we saw after the last inventory is, in general, access sites have actually decreased over the last 10 years due to encroachment, privatization, erosion because of sea level rise and other hazards and other reasons. Some other trends are, because of that decrease, we're also not keeping up with increased population, increased visitation, and that we're seeing potentially some impacts to sensitive habitats from visitation and access sites, as well as maintenance needs and not enough ADA and accessibility services or accommodations provided. So OCMP staff noticed these trends and asked NOAA to help fund developing a community-centered coastal access policy framework for protecting access, increasing access through processes, coordination, and standards that will hopefully stay in place across time. So really the foundation of this work is, you've heard a couple times today already, we're really thinking about community-centered approaches for these types of projects. So we really want to hear from coastal communities and visitors, and also voices that we don't always typically hear in these processes to help inform the policy framework that hopefully we'll develop. So some of those voices we don't always hear from include those experiencing disabilities and also a real focus on tribal nations. Oh, and the primary tools we're going to use to gather community input is we have a research fellow who's working on a survey and also holding focus group listening sessions. So look in your emails shortly because you will be receiving the survey and requests for scheduling focus groups that you guys can participate in, but also send out to your networks as well to get as many voices heard in this process. So then the policy framework includes 4 major components. One is we hope to be partnering with OPRD, who's the major agency and player in access on the coast, to look at their ocean shore management plan, and there's a beach access chapter within that plan. So looking at that and hopefully updating some of that information based on some of the inventory that was done as well. And then another part is coming up with sort of a funding selection criteria. In the past, OCMP did have funding that it provided to cities and counties for various projects that involved public access, sort of improving access sites and funding some accessibility infrastructure. And we hope to have that funding again in the future, or other funding. And so this would be a way to take the community input and the sort of needs assessments that we're looking at through the inventory to come up with a criteria to highlight those areas that need the most funding when we do have funding available. Another component is potentially looking at rulemaking and drafting conceptual rule changes to think about strengthening and codifying public access guidance more into state law. And then the last is working with a couple local jurisdictions. We're working with Dana here in Bandon, and then also Clatsop County to update the public access portions of comp plans and looking at ordinances to see if there's additional strengthening we can do there, as well as doing a thorough evaluation of the inventory and trying to include additional potential sites that don't always get caught in the inventory or in park plans, things like road right-of-ways, easements that are not always captured. So those are the major components of the framework. And then the last component of this is to take this work and see what aspects of this that we can actually update the OCMP program so that those are potentially become enforceable as well. So that is a quick snapshot of this project. And I'm happy to answer questions or feel free to reach out to me if you have questions about the inventory or any of that data.
There, has the issue over public access to Lighthouse Beach, has that come to your attention, or is that part of the plan here, trying to solve that problem? Recent problem?
I don't know, is that one that has come?
Yeah, I think that's the one I'd pass along to you.
Okay, that one, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, and we were working with all of the jurisdictions on that to try. It's hard for us to necessarily solve it, but what we try to do is show the intersection of, like if any of the sites are tsunami evacuation sites, or if they're in an inventory, so they should be preserved, or if a site needs to change or move, that we document that as well. So yeah.
My other question was about, in general, the technology for the sand bikes or fat bikes. People can ride bikes down the beaches, and there are fat bikes being built up for folks who have physical disabilities as well. And so I keep thinking that that's going to really open up the beaches for another pathway. More people on the beaches, change the perception of people's experience on the beaches. I don't know how that figures into the plan in the future. But, we're being promoted as a very popular place for fat bikes on the beaches, which is fun.
Yeah.
Definitely a different feature.
Yes, and some of those same technologies, are being thought about for more ADA type of accessibility features. Something I talked to Dana about is like doing some comparisons and some information sheets about what other communities are doing for accessibility and those types of uses, so that she can have that to share as well. And I think that was increasing those features potentially. Great. Perfect. Well, I will pass it on. I know we're running late.
Thank you. So what am I? Amanda. Yes. How do you feel if we all grab our lunches?
Okay.
And then you do your, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, little course correction. If everybody wants to just grab their lunch and then bring it back here, and then we'll just do a working lunch to catch up on time, so we're not gonna be too late for you. So we'll put Amanda on hold for just a little bit. If everybody wants to grab, there should be more than enough box lunches back there, cookies behind it. And then we'll just come right back here and start with Amanda and go by. Thank you. Not there.
I was surprised.
I do. If everybody could get their stuff in the next 5 minutes, and then we can all sit down and let Amanda. get her-
I just wasn't sure if it was. I usually just say, you know, like, for sure. I'll go either way.
Sounds good. I know.
I don't want to grab a vegan
And it's like everybody's name sounds familiar. She is literally pulling in. If everybody can get settled, we'll move forward with Amanda.
That would be. Thank you.
Are we close?
Yep. I think we do.
Your presentation wants to keep going.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Square around the rectangular.
Yeah, I mean, we had.
Let me share this.
All right, hello, and welcome to, I am now one of your lunchtime speakers. So I'm Amanda Punton. And so natural resource specialist for DLCD, and one of the primary focuses of that position, which is only a half-time position, is helping to implement our goal 5. And make sure you're in screen mode.
You're pointing over here.
All right, there we go. So as many of you know, goal 5 is like a catch-all bucket for stuff that isn't supposed to be developed, maybe, or at least inform how maybe development should occur differently. And cultural areas is one of the 14 categories of goal 5 resources. You might have to advance for me. And but cultural areas are not defined, and there are natural features, natural landscape features that are important to many of us culturally, and particularly to tribes. So in talking about cultural areas, I just want to stay aware that there is this kind of overlap with other kind of resource areas that we manage in certain ways already. So I'm going to cut to the chase on this slide, in that saying that right now, our current rules for goal 5 are in our chapter 660, our Oregon Administrative Rules, chapter 660, division 23. And that has a specific rule for each goal 5 category except cultural areas. As far as I can tell from looking back at the history and a little bit of lore from my predecessor, is that at the time that the division 23 was being kind of workshopped, right? Like trying to figure out how to approach a new rule for goal 5, that tribal nations or tribal representatives who were part of the work group, or at least had a voice somehow that was heard in the work groups for cultural areas, felt that it was not a good time to write a rule for goal 5 cultural areas, partly because there had been a fairly new executive order from the governor about emphasizing the need for state agencies to develop better government-to-government relationships to tribes. So it's like, let's wait till that work is done, and then let's come back and revisit it. Another reason that, again, this is just from what I've heard, is that there was a lot of emphasis on inventories for the Division 23 rules. And there's a huge sensitivity towards how inventories of cultural resources are shared with the public. So I think between those two concerns, the decision was to not write a rule for cultural areas it was, the can was kicked down the road. And now we are at the end of the road because tribes have said there's a lot of problems with not adequate protection for cultural resources in areas that are of significance, of importance to the tribes. And our commission, LCDC, agreed with that. And so we now have the direction to, we have to still to go back and initiate rule writing, but we have the direction to initiate at least request initiation of rule writing for Goal 5 cultural areas. And could you advance? Thank you. So some of the things that a rule could do, right? We're still early stages here, but improve communication, understanding, and awareness about existing state laws that we have intended to protect cultural resources, particularly archaeological sites and sites that have, or artifacts, Native American human remains, and associated funerary objects. So those laws are on the books. How can we help make those rules more known and more followed? How can we better make use of confidential inventories of these resource sites? And with that information, maybe inform conditions on local permits for development that involve grading and excavation that have a potential to damage, affect in any way some of these very important archaeological sites. This last box here is going back to that point about the cultural areas. We don't have that defined right now. And if you think about how certain areas are very important to different cultural groups, and particularly tribal nations that are more landscape based, could a rule add a different kind of protection for landscape based cultural areas of significance? And that's kind of a big question that we have out there. So all local government folks know that we are limited in what we can do with an administrative rule written by DLCD, right? So what we can do is affect activities that receive local development permits. So there's other activities that are problematic right now that our rule is not going to be able to address. So forest practices, agricultural practices, people are going out in the dead of the night to loot sites, right? Like our rules can't have an effect on things that aren't linked to development activity that need a development permit. Is that noise? Oh, and the other thing there was just about some funding, right? So we can't bring funding to this, and in particular, this is not an action that is mandated by the legislature, so it doesn't come with additional funding. It's a DLCD initiation, so we've got to find funding and staffing within our ongoing budget. So kind of as a precursor to this, or just help early efforts in informing this effort, we sent a survey out to local governments asking for information. I'm going to skip quickly through this because many of you have seen it. Some of you have responded. Thank you for doing that. Still, I'm open for other information if you want to bring it to me. Really looking for examples of practices now that local governments use that are helpful in helping to protect cultural resources and archaeological sites, and practices that are good improving communications with the tribes and with SHPO to have information about these issues. So coming up next, so we still have not actually analyzed the survey results. I finally had a chance to read through them all yesterday morning, and using that to follow up and research existing examples of cultural resource protection that are used in the development process. We have some really good examples in Coos County. We have good examples in the counties along the Columbia Gorge Scenic area, because they are required to have an extra effort to protect cultural resources there. Continue to seek additional input from tribes, try to maybe do that in a more formal way that we have not been able to set up yet. And then explore interest in rulemaking from other cultural groups. So that's really nascent right now. We don't know if there's concern from other groups that the current protections, mostly that come through historic kind of protection approaches, you know, whether those are have been inadequate to address some of the cultural resources that are important to other groups of people. Outlining a process and staffing for this rulemaking. So normally there's a rule advisory committee, maybe there's technical advisory committee. Hopefully we'll have a work group that is specific to getting inputs from tribal nations. But all of that is, as I said, we don't have additional funding for it. So we got to figure out how that is going to happen. Right now, we're close to being able to pause and take a deep breath after the very intensive CFAC. So help me with climate friendly and equitable communities. So that was a big rule writing effort. We thought it was going to be wrapped up at this last LCDC meeting. There's some postponement because of some additional comments that need to be addressed. But once we get through that, we will have more time to really focus on how we're going to roll out this rulemaking effort. And then seeking the actual initiation from LCDC, which might now be at the end of the summer rather than the middle of the summer because of the delays in the CFAC rulemaking. And I think that's it. And I think I'm at 10 minutes now. So if I'm over, so if we could hold questions and but I'm in the room, come talk to me, call me anytime, email me anytime, and you know, give me information, ask your questions, and I'm just all ears right now.
Now we're going to switch to online. Hopefully John Foley is still with us from SHPO. There he is.
Yes.
And he is going to share about best practices for avoiding and addressing inadvertent discovery of archaeological finds. Thank you, John.
You're welcome. Let's see here. Can somebody say if they can see this or not?
Yeah,
Looks great.
Okay, good. Thank you. So thanks again for having me here. My name's John Polly. I'm the state archaeologist at the State Historic Preservation Office. I'm going to talk a little bit about avoiding inadvertent discoveries of archaeological sites and how to address inadvertent discoveries when they happen. Part of this talk, I'm going to be weaving in a little bit of some of the applicable statutes that we deal with. And I'm also going to weave in a little bit about why this is important, at least from the perspective of an archaeologist. So I'm going to include some images from my career and stuff, but just to kind of give you guys a little bit of glimpse of what it is that archaeologists are doing. And obviously, you know, as Amanda was saying, we've got a lot of other groups that have interests in these places. Archaeological sites are not. And oftentimes the archaeological site is just a speck within a much larger important place. And so these are kinds of things to consider as we go. There are like two questions I think most archaeologists are asked most often. One of them is typically, what's the coolest thing you've ever found? And another question is, how do you know where to look? And there is a process involved with that. And it involves a lot of information. I still remember the very first archaeology class I ever took, and I was told archaeology is a holistic field. We beg, borrow, and steal information from wherever we can get it. So there's lots of different ways that we can get an idea before we even set foot on the ground at a place to give us an idea of whether or not there are archaeological sites or not. I'll kind of touch a little bit on that as we go forward here. But the first statute that I want to talk about, 358920, it states that a person may not excavate, injure, destroy, or alter an archaeological site or remove any archaeological object on public or private land, that's non-federal public land, unless authorized by a permit issued under 390235. The interesting thing about this statute is, I mean, that's pretty clear, you know, do not damage archaeological sites unknowingly. But the permit that it's referencing is not a permit for the project. It's not a, here you go, here's your permit. Now you can go ahead and drill a hole or do whatever you need to do. The permit is for the archaeologist to do archaeological work. And that's kind of an important thing because sometimes there's a little bit of confusion on that. Another very important statute in Oregon protects human remains, burials, burial cairns, funerary objects, sacred objects, and objects of cultural patrimony to Indian tribe. Now, the last two things, sacred objects and objects of cultural patrimony, are difficult for an archaeologist or anybody else to identify. That requires tribal input, absolutely. The reason why I have these photos here, just for some perspective, is one of the things that archaeologists study. Well, we study human occupation of, you know, through time for as far back as we can go. And in North America, one of the research questions has always been, when did people arrive in North America and how? And I'm not trying to upset any folks that have different views or things like that. But I do know that tribes will often say that they've been here since time immemorial and things like that. When I was in graduate school 25 years ago, we were looking at during the Ice Age, there was a land bridge exposed connecting Asia and Alaska, basically, and that maybe folks came over that way. And that would have been about 12,000 years ago. Some of you may have heard of like Clovis and the Clovis spear points. Those were considered some of the early things. But when I was in graduate school, people started finding archaeological sites that were 16, 17,000 years ago. And the archaeological community wasn't quite ready to hear that. And they would usually try and say, well, there must be some flaw with the data or contamination or things like that. Well, we now know that people have been here much longer than that. And these footprints are a recent example of that. These were recently found in New Mexico. I think they've been known about for years, but they recently found a way to radiocarbon date them. And these footprints range in age from around 21 to 23,000 years ago. There are other archaeological sites in North America that are, adding to this really amazing antiquity. People being here. Currently in Oregon, I think we've got one archaeological site that's a little over 16,000 years old, which is some of the oldest ones. When you think about this in terms of not just where people were buried or all these other things, but people have been here for a very, very, very long time. And the places and the connections to those places and the possibility of people being buried at those places is very real and very high. So this is an important statute for a number of reasons. And then the permit statute I referenced. So anytime an archaeologist is doing any type of excavation, they have to get a permit. And part of that permit process is you have to prove, that you have you meet all the right bars to even be able to apply for a permit, and that your research design makes sense. And this is a lot of the stuff that we do at the SHPO office. This image that I'm just showing here from an excavation from years ago kind of shows a little bit about what archaeologists are doing when we're studying a place. Now, there were hundreds of artifacts and things collected from this excavation, but just highlighting, we've got Mount St. Helens ash from 1980 near the top. We just recently had the anniversary of that. So that's a temporal marker. Anything above it is after 1980. Anything below it is before 1980. This is how archaeologists think. If the ground's all disturbed, then we can't make these assessments. But if you go down, we were able to get radiocarbon dates at different spots in the ground. Radiocarbon dates is dating a carbon-based thing, usually charcoal, things like that. We can't always date artifacts or things like that, but when you have things like an arrowhead, like this one, we often call them projectile points, it falls within a 1,500 year date and a 2,700 year old date. So that gives us an idea of where that fits in there, about how old it is. You get hundreds, if not thousands of dates of that style of arrowhead over time, which we have. We can identify a range when that tool was in use. And so this is just some of the types of things that we're doing. We're also really interested in activities that were occurring at the place and whether or not they change through time or things like that. There's a whole lot involved, but this is kind of an important part of it because archaeological sites that are disturbed, we can still learn an awful lot from, but when they're intact, we're looking at this as we're digging down layer by layer, going back further in time. And that helps us out a lot. And this requires a permit on federal land, or just about every state, I think, has permit laws as well. So when you get to a project like that, where you're doing an excavation, you know, again, how do we know where to look or whatever? This is just some ground and dirt. Yeah, I've got an excavation unit strung up here. This is right before we get started. But how did we know we were going to find anything here? Why would we even have bothered? And again, it's because we were doing a lot of background research. We had also done some exploratory probes in the area to give us an idea of what we were dealing with. This was also in an area where there was a county project that was going on. And so we were working to try and clear, you know, this place. But this was more of, to be honest, this was more of like a mitigation type thing. This is the location of where a pole is going to be going. And same type of thing. You know, we did the excavation. It's part of that same project I mentioned before. We're getting all of this information about this place that helps us learn about not only this place, it helps us connect it to other archaeological sites in the area, other cultural places. And it's just one more piece of that puzzle of understanding that deep history. We also rely incredibly a lot on information from tribes, oral traditions. They have their own tribal data on places and all that. And a lot of times we're making these connections. Archaeologists didn't always work closely with tribes, which is a little unfortunate, but we're trying to mend some of those fences, and we have been for a while, but it's still been difficult. And I know that for me, I just would say that I became a better archaeologist when I was able to work for a tribe for 8 years. And this project was when I was working for those tribes. But you can see again here that we're getting a lot of really good information. There's no surface indication that this stuff's here. And I would also add that if there's a building over this, if there is a road, pavement, asphalt over this or whatever, that doesn't mean there's not going to be an archaeological site under it. So a lot of times people are like, well, there can't be any archaeology here. There's a sidewalk or there's a parking lot or whatever. There can be below. And if there's a project that's going to strip the asphalt off and you know, be digging into the ground at those areas, it can damage this information. The other issue that we deal with a lot, and I think Amanda kind of alluded to it as well, is looting. It is a huge problem. That is why we can't tell everybody here's where all the archaeological sites are. So here you go, you know, to help manage whatever. That information has to be protected because it gets out and it leads to unlawful excavation or collection. Even if it doesn't get out, people find these places and they keep, you know, and they keep going back and collecting more. And it's one of the frustrating parts about my job is I have to work with state police an awful lot with folks like this who are stealing all this information. I just showed you some of those photos from excavations that I had done where I was walking you kind of back in time as we were going deeper. You can't do that with a frame of arrowheads. I mean, yeah, I might be able to tell them how old they generally are, but that's about it. So it's a complete destruction of not only an important place to certain people, but if there ever was an opportunity to do any archaeology at a place like this, we're losing that ability to even add more to our understanding of the earliest people, inhabitants of what we call Oregon today. I've gotten numerous examples of these from all over the state. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but just they're just troves of artifacts that have no provenience, there's no connection of anything to them. There's very little information we could get from them. This is one, maybe some of you recognize it. It was a person who meant well, who was trying to lend a hand for an area where I think they were putting in a go-kart track, but they hadn't done any check to see if there was an archaeological site there, and there was, and the person who was trying to help out ended up doing a lot of that work on their own and damaged an archaeological site. We get them all over the state, where here's one where it's supposed to be overhead lines. We had an agreement, but the contractor was out there and said, why are we putting an overhead line? We could just dig a trench and bury it in the ground. So they dug the trench and damaged an archaeological site. So kind of, these are kind of some of the things that we deal with. So to avoid an inadvertent discovery, that requires what we would call a good faith effort. Hire an archaeologist to look at our data. We have an inventory of all the archaeological sites that have been found within the state so far. That's with maybe about 20% of the state, a little less than 20%, in fact, of the state that has been surveyed by archaeologists. So there's a lot we don't know, but we can tell you if there's already a known archaeological site in that area, and archaeologists have access to our data. They can also look at an area and assess probability, given where archaeological sites tend to be, where people typically choose to live and stuff in the past. So they could look at an area and be like, yeah, there's a good chance there's something there. And in these events, they're probably going to have to go out and do a survey. And we do very systematic surveys of that involve walking the ground, but it also involves digging subsurface probes on occasion to kind of take a peek under the ground to see if there's anything there. I jumped ahead of myself. And for an inadvertent discovery plan, one might ask, what is an inadvertent discovery plan? What goes in it? Well, we do have a template on our website, but the first thing I wanted to point out about them, it is not a starting point. If you have a project and it's like, well, we'll just put together an inadvertent discovery plan and then we're good to go, that's not going to help. That's just like, if we're lucky, maybe somebody will notice something, but they're only going to notice it after it's already been damaged. And more than likely, not everybody who is working, it's like I often say, I probably shouldn't be on a construction crew installing, a transmission line. So I wouldn't know the first thing about it. And I'm not trying to be demeaning to anybody who would work on those construction crews, but they may not know what to look for archaeological sites, except for maybe like those projectile points and things like that. So sometimes it's just discoloration of the ground that gives us an indication that there's something that's there. So it can be quite subtle. So an inadvertent discovery plan is really appropriate after there has been a good faith effort. There's either been a look to see if there's any known archaeological sites, maybe there's been a survey and nothing has been found. And maybe the archaeologist is thinking, boy, but there's just the probability here is pretty high. And all the archaeological methods used to identify archaeological sites are not foolproof. They're just a way to check. So after that good faith effort, if you have an inadvertent discovery plan, oftentimes the archaeologist would be the one out in the field monitoring the ground disturbance too. That's helpful, but not always. And then they might be able to identify stuff as it's found. if you don't have that good faith effort in hand and you're just out doing something on your own, that could potentially be a violation of statute. And, you know, that's some of the stuff that when we hear about it, we have to report it to DOJ, whether, you know, if we don't do it, the tribes are probably going to do it. And oftentimes they're asking us to do that anyway. I have to just kind of add this because people have asked it before, and it's how would we know? How would we know if a project went on and damaged an archaeological site? I'm sitting here in an office in Salem, Oregon. How am I gonna know? Well, you'd be surprised, but we do get calls. Sometimes they're not legitimate, but we do get calls a lot of times from quote unquote whistleblowers. So there are people who will alert us to that or alert tribes to that when things like that happen. It's just always good to I know that counties and state agencies and things like that, they want to work with statutes as well as we do to the best of their ability. So I'm not trying to say that anybody would try and work around this, but we have been asked that a number of times. Inadvertent discovery plans are also, they give a list of contacts for when something does happen. So it's like, here are the people we need to contact, and here's the process, what we need to do until we can figure out how we're going to deal with this find. So it's you've already kind of got this plan in place. So it's a pretty good thing to help speed up what can be at times a delay with a project. And it's better with a professional archaeologist. I say it involves one here. Doesn't always have to, but it really kind of depends on probability and how we feel about what's going to be found. So for avoidance, that's what's important, is when you can plan ahead, get an archaeologist if you can. They can look at our data for sites, they can assess probability, they can do surveys. They can let you know if sites are already known or have been identified, and if it's possible then to avoid them. If an archaeological site cannot be avoided and it's there, you know, then we work with you and the archaeologist as far as coming up with ways to mitigate the site. This is just some information to help with why it's important to plan ahead early. Is our permits take up to 34 days to issue. So it should be early in the process to find out if you even need a permit. The archaeologist is going to need time to do their work. And like I said, if there's mitigation, that might be a little more time for the archaeologist in the field. When there is an inadvertent discovery, you've got the archaeologist on call if they're not already on site. You're going to need to contact the Legislative Commission on Indian Services to tell you which tribes are going to be interested. You're going to need to contact our office. If it deals with any of those items I mentioned in the ORS 97.740 to 760, which are human remains, funerary objects, etc., then we got to contact the state police first, because it is possible that it's a crime scene. And so that's the first thing that we need to rule out is this a recent, you know, potential murder or something like that, or is this actually in an archaeological context or from folks from long ago? And then it also has the same contacts, LCIS, tribes, and SHPO as well. I hope I didn't go over too much, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them now.
Any questions for John? Yeah, I have a question, John. Can you say any range of what it costs to hire an archaeologist to do a pre-assessment of I don't know, let's say a smaller site. Let's say 200 by 200. What is it? Let's say yards. I mean, somewhere in there. Like, how much does it cost?
So the question was, I didn't catch part of it. Is there a range in cost?
Yeah, well, can you say what the range of cost it is to have an archaeologist to do a pre-assessment of a site?
it should be very little. I don't know what they charge, but I would always say check with more than one, but really all they're doing is they're logging into our system and moving, using the coordinates or the address to get to where the project site is to look. And I mean, it would be just a matter of minutes, I would think. So I would think that, like, maybe if you find somebody that you could work with, having them, maybe on retainer or something like that to look through several, maybe there could be some sort of an agreement or arrangement for that. But for just one, it's going to be very quick.
Thank you.
You bet.
John, I think I heard you say that the state of Oregon was only about 20% complete in terms of the ecological surveys. You're nodding your head there. So
Yeah.
How about the coast? Does the coast fit that 20%? Or are we higher or lower? How are we doing?
Good question. And I think a lot of the coast has been surveyed, but I should also caveat that with even when an area has been surveyed, that doesn't mean that everything's been found. And you guys know that on the coast, it's constantly eroding. So new stuff pops out all the time. And I forgot to mention, but one thing that's important to archaeologists when I was talking about the antiquity of people in North America is the current thought is that folks actually had boats, over 25,000 years ago, and they were coming down the coast. They would have had all sorts of aquatic resources available to them. And that's why I think that the coast of Oregon is a really unique and important place. Now, you go back that far in time, the land extended further out into the ocean, especially during the Ice Age, but people would have come inland and things like that, obviously. And so there's always the potential for not only the really ancient stuff, but anything up to quite recent. So.
Any other questions? Anybody online? Well, thank you so much, John. That was very interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, now we have, I believe Maddie is back in Salem or back home.
Hi, Patty. Hi, everyone. Are you all able to see and hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madeline Phillips, and I'm here to share a little bit of information about a new program, and I appreciate you all making a bit of time on your agenda at the last minute.
Maddie, are you going to be sharing your screen?
No, I'm not. I thought I'd give everyone a break from the PowerPoint, the PowerPoint model today. I'm only going to talk to you for about 5 minutes to share a little bit of information about the Rural Transportation Equity Program and provide you some quick resources as to how you can learn more and let you get on to your lunch. The Rural Transportation Equity Program is a new program within DLCD, and it's aimed at engaging and helping small cities prepare strategic investment planning around transportation options. The program is twofold. It has two pieces. The first is doing targeted engagement with transportation disadvantaged folks. That might look or sound like a number of people in many communities throughout Oregon, including older adults who don't drive, school-age kids, households without vehicles, crowded households. It even extends, transportation disadvantage even extends to households with limited English proficiency. And the intent of this engagement is to find out who are these folks that might benefit from providing more options in our transportation network, and also to understand a little bit more about the changing demographics of our small communities throughout Oregon. The coast is no stranger to small communities that are constantly growing and changing. And it's not always a capacity option for those communities to keep track of, how those demographics are affecting the community. And our hope is that through this project, we can help identify and communicate and also hear from community members that might be experiencing transportation challenges. Now, engagement is a wonderful thing, but how do we convert that into some positive outcomes? And this is the second part of the program. The second part of this transportation equity program intends to create a targeted investment list. So when communities do their transportation system plans, sometimes the list becomes overwhelming, that there are just so many choices and so many options as to what projects you move forward first and how might that materialize. The intent of this program is to help small communities apply for some of the state and federal transportation funding that's coming down the pipeline, particularly around the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, but there are on a nearly weekly basis new funding streams emerging from the federal level that could provide small communities with a lot of opportunity. We just know that it's very challenging for small communities to prepare applications for those kinds of competitive grant opportunities. So our hope is that in this new program, we would help communities develop a top 5 list or something similar to this that are prepared to align with federal funding, facilitate the creation or enhancement of transportation options, think biking facilities, sidewalk infill projects, transit opportunities like van pooling and sort of new ways of thinking about transit, particularly to areas that are hard to reach. And again, focusing on addressing barriers that we hear in this engagement process. So quickly, who can apply? Communities under 20,000 in population, which are many of you. Project types, there are 2 different project types. One is to do some procurement at the local level, so to issue grants that are direct reimbursement opportunities. Alternatively, if your community is small and doesn't have capacity to do that, we are working through DLCD's resources to procure some consultants that can support both the public engagement component and or the strategic investment component. And last but certainly not least important is that we're working with state funds and we're working on a biennial budget, which we're halfway through already. So one of the key elements to success in this program right now will be timeliness. The money has to be spent by June of 23. So my hope is that there are communities along the around the South Coast that might have a project that they'd like to add some more focused engagement to, or they'd find an opportunity to build on a transportation system plan that they've recently created or explored. And I'd love to provide more information through Patty and also through Lisa Phipps to provide information through the regional reps as communities might be interested. And I'd love to open the floor to questions if you have any.
Maddie, how much funding is available through the program?
The whole program has approximately $525,000. And our hope, this being the first year that the funding is available, we're hoping to do somewhere around 6 projects throughout the state. And my hope was that we'd get some variety in terms of types of projects, geographic distribution, and the South Coast obviously is a key target area that I'd love to see a project come out of.
And then are these projects planning projects or can they be for infrastructure?
They are planning projects. Thanks for that question. The funding available is for engagement and planning activities that in the end, hopefully prepare communities with some material that they can use to apply for federal funding in the future, or state funding for that matter.
Any other questions for Maddie?
When did the solicitation open up, Maddie?
Solicitation opened last Monday. So we're right at the beginning. Thanks for the reminder about timeline. It would be wonderful to hear from communities who may be interested by June 1st. And that only requires a quick completion of a pre-application form. We're calling it a request for assistance. Mostly because I'm almost certain that there are a lot of interested communities out there, and to go through the request process at the local level would take a lot of time. We're kind of curious as to what the level of interest is out there in rural communities.
Any other questions? Nobody online? Is there a match? What's that? Match. Is there a match required, Maddie?
There's no match requirement.
And I just wanted to add that this is a brand new program and we just hired Maddie. But there are plans to continue this program in the next biennium. So there's a kind of a very drafty, I'd say, policy option package to continue the program, both for Maddie's position and for grant funding for local government. So this is the beginning and hopefully to be continued.
Thank you, Patty. Absolutely correct. There are lots of great ideas out there. In fact, I've heard already in this short period of time from several communities who are interested, and all the projects have a little bit of different nuance to them. Rural communities are really finding ways to be creative about this planning funding opportunity, and I'm looking forward to working with them.
Thank you so much, Maddie.
Thanks for your time today.
Thank you. More grant opportunities. And next we have Ethan. Oh,
It's gonna take about 10 minutes since we caught up.
okay.
If it makes sense, Dana, right, is a good time.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And I guess the sandwiches do have some condiments on them, but the bagels do not.
And in case you didn't get to meet her, this is Wade Wadowski, your South Coast Regional Rep. You probably all talked to her online and maybe not better in person, so here's your opportunity.
We baked you a cake.
How sweet.
So here's a little cake to share with
Oh my
everyone.
gosh. that's
It's a
wonderful.
cranberry cheesecake with banded and Langlois cranberries.
Very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Very appropriate for the region.
That's what I figured. And I brought extra cranberry syrup, too.
We didn't have enough treats already.
I know.
That was wonderful.
You can do it 12:50. I'll share a piece of your cake.
Sure, so let's meet up here at 12:15. Feel free to enjoy this cranberry cheesecake.
Yeah, and you know. Yes. I did. Yes, well, thank you for all of your. Oh,
There's a lot of frustration.
mute before you said that, so.
Oh.
Why don't you try and
She did a
correct
very
Ethan
good
again?
Sorry about that, Ethan. I just introduced you, but I wasn't unmuted.
Nope. No problem. Thanks, Patty. Hi, everyone. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm going to try to remove this virtual background here as I am talking, which, there we go. Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. I'll start over. Hi, everyone. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the Senior Housing Planner here at DLCD. I can't exactly see who's all in the room, but I think I see some familiar faces and see some familiar names. So today I will be talking about Oregon's housing initiatives and kind of give an overview of housing planning in Oregon, how that's changed and how that's changed already and how we're planning to potentially reform that as well. So I'm going to share my screen here, maybe a head nod if you can all see this. Okay, good. So to begin this conversation, I kind of have to start with a bit of a bummer. And I think you all kind of are aware of this, that we currently in the state of Oregon are in a severe housing shortage. So this on the screen here is an analysis that we conducted as part of a regional housing needs analysis with Oregon Housing Community Services that shows basically the kind of punchline here is that if you look down in the bottom right corner, over a 20-year period, the state of Oregon needs to produce 584,000 units of housing across the state. And I'm sure that of all of you are aware on the South Coast that is probably even more dire in your particular location, just due to the various constraints that you find yourselves in terms of providing housing. So that's the kind of the overall bummer, but let's talk about how we can actually address this and some of the things that the state of Oregon is actually doing. So part of this shortage is due to the way that we as a state and really a country plan for housing and incentivize particular types of housing. So typically the land use and development codes in cities and other jurisdictions across the state incentivize, enable, encourage to some point larger and bigger and kind of maximizing a potential lot in terms of providing one unit on a large lot. And as we know, that increase or decreases the supply of housing. And in order to make those kind of developments pencil from a development perspective, those units are typically larger and become less affordable as a result. So we've kind of found ourselves in the situation where our land use system is encouraging the kind of development that is actually putting us even further behind the eight ball in terms of providing housing for all Oregonians. So what is our overall goal? So us as DLCD, we of course live and breathe the statewide planning goals, but me as a housing planner live and breathe goal 10, housing even more so. And we actually find some good kind of direction in goal 10 about what we could be doing to provide housing for folks in Oregon. And actually all of these things, these housing supply, housing affordability, housing choice are all found in goal 10. We've got the general overview of how we could approach this as a state collectively. So, Goal 10 speaks to providing housing for all of the citizens of the state. It talks about the numbers of housing. It talks about rent levels and price ranges commensurate with the financial capabilities of Oregon households, and also talks about the flexibility of that housing in terms of its location, type, and density. So we've got to this kind of overall framework to move forward. And so what are those things that we are focusing on as a state, and how does that impact the jurisdictions on the South Coast, and especially those smaller jurisdictions? So we'll talk about all of those things in just a second, but I did want to kind of frame this up a little bit. So the typical goal 10 planning framework, we've got this kind of really high level overall policy framework through goal 10, but how does that actually get implemented? And for the planners in the room, this may look a little bit familiar in terms of what cities are expected to do to quote unquote plan for housing in the state of Oregon. And that is primarily through a housing needs analysis, or otherwise known as a housing capacity analysis. That has kind of three general parts: projecting housing need based on a population projection, inventorying the buildable lands, and then crossing those two things to determine whether you have a sufficient amount of land to meet your future housing need, or if you have a deficit. And if you do have a deficit, if a city finds that it does have a deficit, there's kind of a pathway to go in terms of determining the next steps. And that is shown here in efficiency measures or urban growth boundary expansions or adjustments. So both of those options are available to jurisdictions in terms of how they do this planning exercise of going through a housing capacity analysis, running the technical numbers to determine what is your sufficiency of land and how do you remedy that. And so of course, the statute that's associated with that is ORS 197-296, if you're interested in learning a little bit more about how that process works. And I should take a note here to mention that this slide has some links for further reading if you're interested, and I will provide those for folks after the meeting. So let's talk about what the state is trying to do to remedy some of those deficiencies, let's say, in the housing planning program. So we know that the process for cities to show that they're doing the good faith work to plan for housing is not enough, because planning 20 years in the future does almost nothing to provide housing on the ground today that's needed, that we desperately need. So the Oregon legislature in recent times, especially more so in the recent legislative sessions, is focusing on housing more and more. And so we've got some kind of landmark, I guess I would call them landmark pieces of legislation that enable housing development, facilitate the development of housing, and try to address our particular housing choice and housing needs. So we'll go through each one of these. I'm going to kind of jump around because I want to save two in particular for the end of this presentation, because it really leads into kind of some follow-up work and how you all can get engaged and get involved in how you actually, how those kind of policies move forward. So let's first jump into Senate Bill 1051, which is passed 5 years ago already. It seems like this is somewhat ancient, but it's always a good reminder about accessory dwelling units and needed housing, and also clear and objective standards. So the overall premise of Senate Bill 1051 was to address accessory dwelling units, ADUs, basically requires cities with a population of 2,500 or more must allow accessory dwelling units for each detached single-family dwelling, subject to siting and design standards, reasonable siting and design standards. So that has been kind of on the quote unquote on the books for some years now, and cities are, I think, still going through the process of allowing those and changing development codes to make sure that that provision for accessory dwelling units is a viable path. There's kind of two other pieces of Senate Bill 1051 that are important, particularly the definition of needed housing. So needed housing used to be just a small subset of all of the various residential development, but now has been expanded to include all residential development. And that's really important because that plays into this next piece about clear and objective standards. So I know that this is also one of those things that I think jurisdictions are still working to address and changing their development codes, some that are really, really old and kind of out of date at this point, to allow at least a clear and objective path for approval for all residential development applications. There are other kind of nuances to this. A city could allow kind of this alternative path to that approval for residential developments, but that clear and objective pathway must be available to those residential development applications. So included in this slide is an updated guidance document that DLCD has published to help cities kind of go through understanding what is important in terms of I would say, general Senate Bill 1051 compliant. So take a look at that if you're interested. And there's kind of additional pieces worked within that guidance document if you wanted to learn more about particular definitions of, say, needed housing or clear and objective standards. So moving into some more recent legislation, this one is mostly interesting in the manner that all cities and counties, no matter the size or population, are kind of subject to this particular piece of legislation. So this was an attempt by the legislature to collect information from all of the cities and counties on their surplus land. So these would be lands that a city or local government owns that they no longer have a use for and are looking to kind of offload. The legislature thought that we should be collecting that information so that we could have a one-stop shop, so to speak, for affordable housing developers to kind of go to this mapping feature and try to find parcels of land that they could purchase at no cost or low cost through a public-private partnership with local governments. And so part of this requirement required DLCD to publish and map that data, which we have completed for the first iteration of this inventory of surplus lands on the Oregon Explorer kind of overall suite of maps and GIS database layers. If you're interested, you can take a look at the jurisdictions who have submitted information. If you are a jurisdiction who has not submitted information, or if this is the first time you're hearing about this, do not worry. You can still submit that information to DLCD through the housing portal if you're interested. The requirement from the legislature is that cities submit that information to DLCD by January 1st of every even numbered year. So the first iteration of that was January 1st of 2022. The next round or kind of deadline for that is obviously January 1st of 2024, but we're accepting submittals all throughout the that entire 2-year period. It doesn't close in any particular date or anything like that. So if you're interested in submitting that information, please feel free to reach out or sign up for the housing portal, submit that info. Okay, moving into another piece here, which is the manufactured housing siting. This is a new piece of legislation from the 2022 session that ended in February of this year. This is similar to a piece of legislation that we'll talk about in just a bit, which is House Bill 2001, in the way that manufactured dwellings, prefabricated dwellings, and manufactured or modular dwellings can only be subject to the same siting and design approval standards for as compared to a site-built home or a single-family detached home on that same parcel. So kind of removing an older piece of Oregon Revised Statute, particularly in ORS 197-307, that talks about how cities can regulate manufactured dwellings. There was things like a minimum footprint or a minimum unit square footage of 1,000 square feet, a certain particular roof pitch. Those standards have all been removed, and the only standards that a city can apply to those kind of manufactured dwellings are the same standards that they would apply to any other type of residential development on that same lot. So just a quick note here that any development codes that a city or local government has on the books today that would regulate manufactured dwellings in a manner that is different than a single family detached home are currently unenforceable. There's no, I would say, quote unquote, penalty or non-compliance issue with that from DLCD's perspective, but just something to note if you were to receive an application from somebody who is interested in building that manufactured dwelling, that your current standards may or may not apply in that particular case. Okay, I want to pause there and see if there are any questions. I've got just a few more pieces to go over here, but pausing there.
Ethan, did you see the question from Lisa? She has in the chat, does the statute apply to all cities regardless of size?
Very good question, Lisa. Yes, that is the case.
In the inventory and listing section, is seasonal housing needs also counted?
I'm sorry, it was a little hard to hear the question. Are you talking about for the surplus lands inventory?
Yes, well, looking at the needs assessment that you're talking about earlier, were seasonal housing needs also listed?
Really, really good question. And the answer, unfortunately, is no. In any real sense, those are not necessarily accounted for. I'll talk a little bit in a couple minutes about how we are proposing to change that, because that is really, and I'm sure in your particular case, a very, very salient issue, and it has a lot of impacts on how cities actually plan for their housing need over a 20-year period. So, a really good question. Anything else before we move into other pieces?
Don't see any questions, Ethan. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. All right. Sorry, shield your eyes for scrolling. I want to talk about House Bill 2001. Now, this threshold for the applicability of House Bill 2001 is cities over a population of 10,000, so may not be directly applicable to lots of folks in the room. However, I did want to point this out as a potential option for cities to consider as they're going through trying to solve that puzzle of, hey, we've got this housing need identified, we've got a certain amount of land, and we are constrained on either side, east and west, or north and south, in terms of our capabilities of expanding our urban growth boundary to accommodate that housing. What are the other levers we can pull to try to achieve or accommodate some of that housing? So these next two pieces that I'll talk about, House Bill 2001 and 2003, not a required element, but could be useful in your tools or your toolbox as you're kind of thinking through some of these things. So House Bill 2001 is basically a overall upzoning of land, allowing additional development of housing types on lands that typically have been only zoned to allow one unit on one lot. House Bill 2001 allows these middle housing types, as you can see here, defined as duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes, townhouses, and cottage clusters in those primarily single family, very low density zones of your city. So this is one of those options of pulling those different levers to say, allowing more housing, more types of housing on these particular lots that we have in our city could be a mechanism to accommodate some of that housing. So some of the resources that we've provided for, say, a smaller jurisdiction who is not required to do House Bill 2001 compliance, but could if they were interested, are a few things. So the first is a model code. So the department has drafted and adopted a medium city model code, which would be only duplexes, and a large city model code, which are standards that would allow other middle housing types. And these are model codes drafted in a particular way that they could be adopted right off the shelf. And they're full sets of standards. They're clear and objective. They meet all the various statewide requirements in terms of review processes and so on and so forth. If a city is interested in kind of taking a look at those, they're linked here. But then also, in addition to those model codes, which may be kind of a high bar or a really high level set of best practices, the department's also drafted what are known as kind of the minimum compliance standards in the Oregon Administrative Rules, which kind of sets the range and spectrum of particular standards that would still meet the kind of bar of unreasonable or of reasonable standards that could be applied to middle housing. So both of those items may be of interest to folks as they're kind of researching the feasibility of middle housing in your communities. So let's move into the next piece here, which is House Bill 2003. This focuses on housing planning. And I know I hear a lot from jurisdictions who have immediate housing crisis kind of situations unfolding in their jurisdictions, and they do not want to talk about housing planning, 20-year plans, and land use changes that may or may not have an immediate impact on getting people housed. So I'm going to spend just a little bit of time on this one and move into some other things, because this one is important for setting up where we are planning to go with housing planning in the state, or where we're thinking we might go. So House Bill 2003 focuses on kind of three different pieces: a regional housing needs analysis, the housing needs analysis at a local level, and then the housing production strategies. So you've seen this graphic before. This is the typical process for jurisdictions in the state to kind of do their Goal 10 work and plan for housing. House Bill 2003 puts cities with a population of 10,000 or greater on a schedule to complete those housing capacity analyses. Typically, or previous to House Bill 2003, those were done really infrequently and really on a different schedule all across the state. So this kind of standardizes that, puts that on a schedule so that we have the most up-to-date information as we can. An important part of House Bill 2003 that is really, really important, I think, for the folks on this call is that it comes with funding. So $2.5 million is going to be allocated to DLCD, appropriated to DLCD for each current upcoming biennium to provide as technical assistance to jurisdictions 10,000 and above or below 10,000 population to do some of this housing planning. So even though cities under 10,000 are not required to go through these steps, there is funding available to you if you are interested in going through that planning exercise and understanding your housing need a little bit more in detail. So House Bill 2003 also added an additional piece to this framework, this housing capacity framework, which is the housing production strategy. Again, only a requirement for cities over a population 10,000, but you can imagine the housing capacity analysis as the calculation of housing need, really formulaic, technical, spits out a number basically at the end of saying, here's your housing need. Do you have enough acres in your UGB to accommodate that? And if no, what are you going to do about it? The housing production strategy focuses on that actual, what's the city's plan of action to accommodate that housing? What are the specific strategies, tools, policies that the city is going to implement, enact to promote the development of that housing? Now, this is a little bit of a chicken and the egg situation where we know that cities are not the builders of housing. Cities don't buy hammers and nails to build the housing. However, they do control the land use and zoning aspects. That is an important piece of the housing production equation. So the efforts of the housing production strategy is not to commit to a particular strategy, but it's to commit to addressing the housing need through local actions. So again, the housing production strategy, not a requirement for cities under 10,000. However, there's a lot of good resources that come out of the housing production strategy program that could be of use to cities under 10,000. So we've pulled, I think the list is over 80 different tools, actions, and policies, and combined these into this list, this menu of options that cities can kind of use as the baseline as they're going through this work to determine what strategies are right for them, which ones work in their jurisdictions and with all of their unique circumstances. So you can see this is going above and beyond or just beyond the zoning and land use and code changes. It talks about things like tax exemptions, financial resources, other regulatory impediments, helping out with the land and acquisition. So take a look at this list. It's linked in this PowerPoint as well if you are interested in taking a look at those 80 different strategies. So shifting gears a bit, so that what I just talked about was the local analysis of housing need and how the city is going to establish a plan to accommodate that housing. The third part of House Bill 2001 is really current and ongoing work by DLCD and the Oregon Housing Community Services Department about rethinking, or we like to use the word modernizing the housing planning process, knowing that that hasn't necessarily changed a whole lot in the 50 years of the statewide planning system. So the regional housing needs analysis is an attempt that's largely adapted from the state of California to summarize housing need at a regional level, knowing that housing planning and the housing need or the housing market doesn't stop at a UGB. So we could plan for local housing forever, but we wouldn't be able to adequately understand the regionalized aspect of our housing markets. So the regional housing needs analysis turns that on its head, focuses on a regional housing need, and then allocating that housing, fair share housing to the local governments. So there's a little bit of a change in how that process could be completed. So we were directed by the legislature, along with Oregon Housing Community Services, to recommend back to them by the end of 2022 how this regional housing needs analysis could be incorporated into the Oregon planning framework. And so this is an important part of work because we know that there are deficiencies with the local housing needs analysis and the way that those are conducted. Mostly it's born out of really, really old statutes that don't account for local nuance and contextualization. But some of those are also kind of more systemic in terms of how we do planning in the state. So if you can imagine a local housing needs analysis, and the way that it's kind of done, it's using past projection of housing and past population demographics, projecting that into the future. So you can imagine that those have some real impacts on perpetuating kind of the way the status quo and how we are developing our cities and who lives in our cities today. So if you're planning for your city to be the way that it is today and it's not changing over a 20-year period, you reinforce those geographic disparities. And then, oh, by the way, as we're planning, as the way that we do a housing needs analysis, we start at year 0 in our 20-year planning period using the base assumption that we have an adequate supply of housing today, which we know is not the case. And there's a significant underproduction of housing today as we are doing planning for the 20-year horizon. And so those two things primarily, I would say, are the why of this regional housing needs analysis, to address those two things in particular. So how do we do that? First, we project and I apologize if this is really difficult to read, but basically this is the crux of the analysis of how we get to that 584 total units over a 20-year period that I talked about in the beginning of the presentation. It's by projecting need over a 20-year period, incorporating the underproduction of housing, and incorporating housing for people currently experiencing homelessness. We add all of those together over the 20-year period, and that's how we get that 584,000 units. So it is a daunting number, to say the least, but we're attempting to make strides. And part of the reason why this regional housing needs analysis is so important is because we've created a very, very complex network of steps in a housing capacity analysis in the housing production strategy that I think is ripe for both miscommunication, miseducation, and an inaccurate analysis of our housing need over time. So the regional housing needs analysis is to say, hey, let's just try to simplify this in a little bit of a more holistic way and remove some of the tension points that exist at the local level in terms of having access to data, having the capacity to do the analysis, having conversations about how people are going to or proposing to redevelop their land, and these really sticky and difficult conversations, and removing some of that tension at the local level and thinking about this a little bit differently. So that was a lot, but let's talk about where we go from here. So we are having all sorts of conversations currently now about the future of how we do housing planning in Oregon. So we're having some regional forums that are coming up about the regional housing needs analysis, or otherwise known as the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. We're having these across the state, but the two of note, I apologize, we don't have the date quite set for the South Coast. We had to reschedule due to some scheduling issues, but we will, Hui Radomski will have that date for you soon if you're interested in attending that. Also, if you're wanting to have that conversation sooner rather than later, feel free to join the North Coast conversation that we're planning to have on June 2nd from 2 to 4. There's also a series of working groups that are assisting DLCD and OHCS and having these conversations, thinking about some of these technical pieces of the regional housing needs analysis. And those meetings are ongoing. We had one yesterday, but if you're interested in kind of following along with that, follow this link and attend those meetings, provide your comments. We really do want to hear from folks. So just to wrap this all up, talking about the resources available. I already talked about some of the funding pieces. I already talked about some of the guidance and model codes, but I just really wanted to focus in here in the last little bit about how DLCD views, how I personally view DLCD's role is to be that resource and be that advice where we can collect information statewide and assist you in working through your kind of local particular local issues. So we've got guidance documents and model codes for some of these things like middle housing in particular and other pieces of legislation and how you can implement that. Of course, the regional representatives are an incredible resource, and I'm also happy to provide my support as a housing team member here at DLCD. Funding is also a critical piece. I mentioned the $2.5 million that'll be available in each biennium coming up for housing planning, both the city's 10,000 population and under. And then also, as we're going through those regional housing needs analysis conversations, we feel like since we're providing recommendations to the legislature, we can play that kind of advocacy role in providing those recommendations for you. So if you have particular pieces that are really, really important for you and you feel like those aren't being captured in some of these conversations, feel free to let us know. We can incorporate that into what we call our conditions for success of the future housing planning program. So that was a lot, and I'm going to stop here and ask if there's any other questions. I'm happy to provide any information that you're interested in.
Questions for Ethan? I think we just have one community on the South Coast that's over 10,000 on Tuesday.
And I have one question. Ethan, this is Chelsea from North Bend. What do you expect, we know that the current way we do our housing needs analysis, there's deficiencies. When do you expect to see changes to that implement, like May?
Really good question. So our task is to come back to the legislature by the end of this year. The deadline is December 31st, but that really means that has to be ready by about October. And so to have those conversations, to be ready for the 2023 legislative session, which runs from January to June of 2023, most likely the result of that session would be that the legislature would direct DLCD or OHCS to go through a rulemaking exercise, which is probably another 18 months or so, 12 to 18 months or so, maybe a little bit longer depending on the magnitude. But and then we're thinking about additional kind of delays and effective timelines. So that long-term planning process is something probably in the range of like 2024, 25 before new rules or something like that is ready to be deployed.
Okay, and so for like communities who are working on updating their needs analysis now, you said that there's a 6 to 8 time period schedule. Assuming that those rules are implemented, will there be funding at that next point for communities to update their needs analysis, including all that new information?
Yeah, that's right. That's the hope, right? I mean, we know that there's precedent through periodic review that funding doesn't always come through, but we are in a position today where we feel comfortable that funding will be available to us in the near term in terms of 2, 3, 4 bienniums from now.
Okay, thanks.
Ethan, there was a question about whether or not your slides will be available.
Yes. Yeah, I will send those over as soon as I'm done with this.
Any other questions for Ethan? You can see why we had Ethan present this. Anybody online? Well, thank you so much. Question.
So they do these, they're going out to see how much land is usable for developing. Do they take into consideration that there's a lot of people that own that land that maybe aren't willing to sell it, developed?
Did you hear the question, Ethan?
Was that about kind of on how, which lands are redevelopable and which ones necessarily aren't, or wetlands? Maybe I heard wetlands.
So we have large tracts that are, happen to be like in your urban growth boundaries, and most people aren't willing to develop. And so we're just wondering if there's a way to capture that in the study.
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think a lot of that buildable lands inventory analysis, or the steps, the methodology that cities use to determine which lands are buildable and which ones are not, is really pretty wishy-washy, not clear in terms of what is required and what's not required. And a lot of cities are taking into account, they have this localized understanding of, the neighbor on the corner owns this big lot, and they don't really have any, I know for a fact they don't have any real plans to develop that in the future. And so those kind of considerations can be taken into a buildable lands inventory to kind of get to the most accurate understanding of how much land actually is available for development.
It seemed like there need to be a correction factor for, like Jill was saying, for what percentage of people own a tract and it's within city boundaries, but they're never going to sell. What percentage of that area is not available, even though it's potential?
Right. Yeah, there is no standardized way, at least existing, to do that. However, there is ability for local governments to, take those considerations into account as they're going through their buildable lands inventory.
Yeah, so my question is, so obviously we're DLCD in these meetings. Is there any actual legislation to legislative direction to consumer and business affairs to incentivize housing production?
Yeah. It's a really, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but today there is, not a whole lot of communication or coordination between, say, like Business Oregon and DLCD and OHCS. There's some, but part of our work with the regional housing needs analysis and rethinking this kind of goal 10 framework is to bring those other partners who are doing things like providing funding for infrastructure, or providing subsidized housing, or those kind of things into the fold of how cities can begin to connect the dots and thread the needle in terms of, like, I have to go to DLCD for this, and I have to go to Business Oregon for this, and try to centralize that and have this kind of clearinghouse, or at least a better understanding or better coordination between all of those pieces. So that's a hope, and I know that hopes aren't worth a whole lot, but I would say it's getting better than it is today.
Any other questions? Well, I'll just say, because I can do it, because I've worked for the state for over 40 years. When I first started at DLCD in the 80s, we had one goal 10 specialist, and that's when we were even looking at all the plans were coming in, and now we have 6, I believe, if you include all of you. So it just shows the legislature is really putting resources into that. So really appreciate your time, Ethan. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So next, we have Felicia Olmeda-Schultz. She's the speaker, and she is going to be talking with us about the coastal hazard ready library and map.
It's right there, the clicker
Make sure it's put on.
on the side.
And then just a sec.
Yeah.
Felicia, did you just want to mention your position there and Seagrass?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's in your slide, I don't know.
It's fun. It's in one of my slides, but I can say it now. So I've been with Oregon Sea Grants since January 2021. So I'm the coastal resilience fellow there. And basically I work with Oregon Sea Grant and partners and coastal communities to increase, coastal communities' resilience to coastal hazards, basically. So I've been participating in, different projects, and this one has been mostly like the main project I worked on last year. And so the Oregon Coastal Hazards really called for short OCR, library and mapper. And it's the work I've been, I know I've been contacting some of you to have sometimes, feedback. And today I really hope to give you basically a brief overview of this tool that has been launched in December 2021. And after you can navigate basically, so what I did today is like some print screens of the tool. I thought it would be easier than instead of, playing too much with the technology and leave the slides and go on the website. Didn't want to take any risk. So it's just going to be a bunch of print screens. So feel free also to look on your phones if you want at the tool. There will be the address, or just follow the print screens with me.
Sorry, we have too many open.
I wish I mean, you can go now if you want to. If you do the link. Oh, it's good now. Awesome. So the reason why this tool has been created, some of the reasons is that all along the coast of Oregon, you have mitigation, adaptation, and preparedness, projects related to different coastal hazards, but often information, strategies, and lessons learned are not shared between different stakeholders. So that's why the idea came from creating this library and mapper. And that was a slide. Just for people who are like basically, not with us in the room today, so they can see what I look like. Yeah, I already gave my short introduction, so I'll move on. And the idea behind the mapper actually came from what they've been doing in Washington State. So it's called the Washington Coastal Hazards Risk Reduction Project Mapper. So they created that back in 2018, and it's a partnership between Washington Department of Ecology and Washington Sea Grants. And the audience is basically individuals, tribal, state, and local governments, nonprofits. And this site right now is part of the Washington Coastal Hazards Resilience Network website. So if you're not familiar with those resources, I will, I strongly advise you to check them out. And here is like the mapper I created. The format is a little different from the one in Washington because I used ArcGIS online story map app. You probably see now those story maps are popping kind of everywhere. So I'm like, okay, why not using that tool? And here you have the address of the mapper. So feel free to check out that resource as well. And what you will see with the mapper, it has more like a website you can feel in the sense that, for example, for each hazard you want to explore, you have a little, square. For example, coastal erosion case studies, tsunami case studies, flooding sea level rise case studies, landslides, a little photo gallery, and also a map with all the projects that are within the mapper. And also, contrary to the mapper they have in Washington, in this case also, for each hazard, not only there is a list of case studies where they are located, but also some information about what those hazards are and some resources, because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. And there are so many resources available across all our agencies that we wanted to make sure they are mentioned there as well. And so far, I have 39 or maybe 40 now case studies available. And so when you click, for example, on the first little square of the map, so behind, you can see normally it's like dots all along the shore, and those dots are color coded. So if you want to go there first, like, oh, okay, here is actually, we have more case studies so far on the north coast versus the south coast. But purple is tsunami, blue is flooding, sea level rise. And I cannot see one of my colors, but orange is coastal erosion, and I think yellow is landslides. And after by just going on each little dot, you can see, okay, it goes under this category is flooding. In this case, is like the name of the project is Sullivan Gulch Bottomland Restoration Project in Curry County. And you can click also on a little link and you go there directly. Okay. And here, basically, it gives you an idea of what kind of information you have for each case study. So I'm going to go quickly through them. So you have the project name, location, hazard address, short form, adaptation strategy, adaptation action, lessons learned, project team and partners, data tools used, permits, grants, budget, timeframe, and contact. So it's like the same format for all the case studies. However, some case studies are more complete than others, but doesn't mean that it cannot be, completed or having hands-on in the future. And that is also on the mapper, like to give information to people, like how do you, if you want to help ensure a case study, go there where you can send it and what kind of information we need from you. Or if you want to draft it yourself, just send me information, I can draft it for you. And so that's an example. If we go to the sea level rise flooding page, usually there is a little introduction about what coastal flooding is in this case. Also mention, riverine flooding, and after it's followed by some resources where you can go to get more information. And then it brings you to this like case study map. So basically here, like so far, the case studies I have under flooding and sea level rise, you can see here they're on the map. And after, if you click on one of them, what it will do is going to zoom in on a little dot where it's located along the coast. And after, it's going to provide all the information I listed earlier. And in this case, and what is nice, for each case study, I can add, for example, in this case, a little video at the beginning, a couple of photos, and at the end, it's going to be context and link and project downloads. And here's another example with the Wake Trench Floodplain Connectivity and Riparian Restoration Initiative. So yeah, so just gives you an idea of what the case studies look like. And now if we go to landslides, that gives you it looks like instead of being on the introduction page, it's like the resources one. So basically I mention every time what kind of state agency we can go to, and you have the hyperlink to go to the resources that the state agency has available. And for landslides so far, I don't have that many cases, but some of the example here is like the landslide acquisition project in Newport, and the work that in collaboration, I think, with ODOT is the coastal landslide and bluff region monitoring for climate change adaptation and targeted risk assessment. And there are 5 sites along the Oregon coast. Silver Point, Arch Bay, Beverly Beach, Arizona Inn, and I'm not sure how to pronounce the word, and I don't want to get in trouble. And also there is a little photo gallery. So not only, again, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So here are like mostly photos that other fellows, fellows at DFCD or myself have been sharing photos there. But I also mentioned there is something called website with more photos. And there is a link to actually nonprofits that provide a lot of photos, like I think, with Coastwatch and Oregon Kingstyle Project. So everything is mentioned there. And so there are more features on the website, on the story map that you can explore on your own. But, because of time, I don't want to take too much time. But also I wanted to mention you that I created a listserv as well, called the Ocker Mapper listserv. So far, there are about 100 plus people on the listserv. And we created a newsletter. And this newsletter has been created in partnership with Cascadia Coops Hub and the Washington Department of Ecology. Because what we wanted to do by doing a newsletter, that can be both Oregon and Washington instead, because so many informations are, that's happening here in Oregon, sometimes in Washington, they're interested, and vice versa. So we realized there was maybe a need to share information and to say, okay, here's where you can find webinars and trainings happening at the national level, but also like locally, like Oregon and Washington, conferences, funding opportunities, and mostly, Oregon and Washington. There's even like jobs and publications. And that is distributed via the Open Mapper listserv. So if you're interested in joining the listserv and receiving the newsletter, you can just send me an email and I can just add you there. And also if you go on the story map, the Open Mapper story map, there is a place also where you can subscribe to the listserv. So there are multiple ways of finding me. And the newsletter, because there is a lot there, so we want to make sure that they can going to be archived, so we can go back to them. And also with the listserv, I didn't want to bombard people with like emails. Here's the webinar, here's the training. So the first Monday of each month, the newsletter is released. And I have ideas of maybe, what to add next to the mapper. So maybe wildfire could be, another hazard we could add there and add, case studies. Also, I know DSCD is working on, sea level rise guidance. It could be also a place that we could, add this there. For example, when the previous DSCD fellow, Haley Bond, worked on the erosion control measures, from her report, we did a little story map that you can find also on the mapper. Dune management, I know there's maybe some work in progress, we can add that there. And also, maybe why not some resilience resources for the public, because so far it's a little technical. The public, maybe homeowners who are really interested in knowing more, about the details, the case studies would go there, but the general public maybe not so much, or they would stop at the information and resources, stage, which is pretty good if they do that. But maybe some simpler message, and especially for groups that we don't speak English, for example. So I worked with different groups in Clatsop County. Maybe the idea of having some of this material in Spanish, for example. And why not for kids too? I don't know. I think like the opportunities are limitless. So after you want to see also how big it's going to be, how useful it is going to be mostly. And that's why you don't have to give me any feedback today, but it would be great to see like what do you think of the mapper? What do you would like to to add or change to the mapper? If you have any additional case studies to add that you can share with me, and I could add them there. And you can contact me directly by email, or there is also a form on the story map where you can just give feedback and share case study information. And also, I would like to briefly add, I'm working on also on a project right now that is coastal hazards, vulnerability and needs assessment for the hospitality industry on the coast. So I'm developing a survey, and I'm contacting also hotel managers, general managers, and owners right now to talk about how affected they are by coastal hazards, and also how prepared they are related to, for example, tsunami. So working on that. So if you're interested to know more, feel free to contact me.
Any questions for Felicia?
Yeah, I just recently worked with Peter Ruggiero on the West Coast Sediment Management Plan. Is that plan, I think that's finalized. Is that part of the resources that you have available? Is that integrated? There's lots of information about erosion hotspots and identifying different at-risk areas up and down the whole coast.
So yeah, that's a good point. I work regularly with Peter Ruggiero. And so far, we're thinking, do we add also current research studies, happening right now? And it might be also something we may add in the future, because for now it was just case studies,
in a sense, like at the local level, but not led by, for example, university research. But that is something we discussed that could, could be added there. Yes.
And how much longer are you going to be in your fellowship, Felicia?
So my fellowship ends February 2023. So because I got extended. So I did 1 year, after they extended me for another year, and yeah.
Great to hear from you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. That's great. Well, and to continue in the resilient community, today is going to be focusing with Sarah Absher from the North Coast and Toma County. Some great work with updating the land use ordinance that addresses beaches and beach. So hopefully this will be a model for other communities.
We're really going to push the technology today by having a hybrid presentation. So I will be here in the room with you, but my co-presenter is Sarah Absher. And Sarah, can you hear me?
Yes, Meg, I can. Can you hear me?
You have a presentation there? Yeah. It's that one. Yeah. Well, thanks, Sarah, for being here. We're gonna do, I'm gonna ask Sarah some questions about a project we just completed together, and she'll answer them, but I did want to provide a little bit of background before we get into that. So we did a post-acknowledgement plan amendment, a PAPA, or legislative amendment, with Toma County on both goals 7 and 18. So this is their geologic hazard requirements for development, and also their beaches and dunes overlay zone. And they included updates to their comprehensive plan, mostly through inventory maps, as well as their land use ordinance language. It was just adopted in May by their Board of County Commissioners. So we're really excited that they adopted it, and now it's official. Mandy, if you don't mind moving to the next slide. Yeah. You might want to back up. Sorry, I know I want to be really close to the speaker. Just want Sarah.
Just so people can hear you. If you saw the view that it was making of you right now, you'd watch
And we provided technical support to the county through our staff, and both myself and our GIS staff. And then we also gave them a grant of $7,000 to help with the plan amendment. And then what I think was really helpful, and maybe something to keep in mind, is that they had to do a flood hazard ordinance amendment anyway. This was something that was required by FEMA to update some of their language in their flood hazard overlay. And so we combined them all together and did that through one landowner notification, or Measure 56 notice, as it's known, which as anyone who has done those knows, that's a real pain to do, and it can be really costly. So we were able to combine all three of these updates into one landowner notification. And so the county did have to send out 6,500 of those notices, but the grant really helped to pay for the postage for that. Thank you. And so the last thing before we get to talking more with Sarah is that really one of the main reasons why we wanted to do this update was, as probably most of you know and are using geologic data from the 1970s generally. And this is an example of the beaches and dunes inventory map that most of you are using. This was done in 1975. And the data is really bad. It's not only really hard to see when you zoom in, the lines become very thick. And so it is really hard to do on a tax lot by tax lot basis to see what beach and dune landform the property is on. But also beach and dune areas are dynamic and they change over time. And we've certainly had a lot of changes in erosion patterns, as well as dune stabilization because of European beach grass and things like that, and jetties. So beaches and dunes have changed a lot over time. And so we are desperately in need of new data. So thankfully, we were able to fund Dogami to do a pilot study to update beach and dune data in Tillamook County, and that was completed, I think, in 2020. And we just got funding, federal funding, to do the entire coast for beaches and dunes data. Yay! So excited. So that will start in this fall, and Dogami will be doing coastwide, and then we're working with Coos County and Bandon to do updates that are similar, and we hope with many other jurisdictions as well. If you can go to the next slide. And then similarly, this is the landslide inventory map that Tillamook County had been using also from the 1970s. Again, really hard to use when you zoom in, and just really hard to actually use this in a practitioner format. It's hard for both the people who are implementing the code and for property owners themselves to understand what the maps mean. So the next two slides, thanks, Sandy. This is what the new data looks like. It's much better. This is just a screenshot, but it shows all the data combined. So this is landslide data and the beaches and dunes data. So you can see lucky Tillamook County is well covered with hazards, which is not surprising, right, for the Oregon coast. But it's pretty well covered in landslides. But anyway, this data is definitely more refined and easier to use. You can go to the next slide. And this is just another screenshot of the same data. But this is just the beaches and dunes and with the legend. So you can see, again, it's much easier to use with tax lot layers and other data layers so that you can actually see what the different parcels, the landforms actually mean. All right, so now I'm going to ask Sarah some questions. So Sarah, why did you want to undertake this plan amendment project to address coastal hazards and beaches and dunes?
Thank you, Meg, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to visit with you about this program today. And I also want to thank Meg as well as Lisa and Marion for their help and input throughout this process. This amendment process was very important to Tillamook County and community development, largely because of the reasons Meg just shared. And I think the maps really demonstrate the need for all of us to be able to access the best available information that's clear and concise when we're doing our jobs. I'm sure many of you and online can appreciate how difficult it can be to explain to a landowner or a consultant or someone else, or even for your own information, what dune classifications are based on those maps from the 70s and also the Dogami bulletins from the 70s. It's really hard to be specific and clear and accurate. And it also takes a lot of time sometimes to make those determinations based on the maps from the 70s. It's important to us to be able to use the best available information produced by Dogami, fold that information into our program so that now we've created a clear, clean, and concise set of maps and tools for us to use that we can use to effectively communicate to the public that we have for our own work internally, and then also the efficiencies that are going to come out of being able to easily access and use these maps moving forward.
Thank you. And so next question, what were the general improvements and efficiencies for staff and the public that resulted from these amendments?
So what's great, and Meg, your screenshots, I would encourage everybody to go to Coastal Atlas and check out the live maps, the working maps. The screenshots are great, but what's really phenomenal about these maps is the ability to actually zoom into a specific property or area, see roads, see property lines, and be able to pinpoint exactly what it is you're looking for and to be able to do it very quickly. Also, you can share that link with the public, and they have the ability. It's a very easy, user-friendly tool. They can go online and look for themselves, and that has created a huge efficiency for us. But also, now we have maps that are easily accessible and that can be understood by the public in some general sense, that then also provide an opportunity to use an tool to talk to communities about hazards and hazard planning.
Thanks. I wanted to mention too, and Sarah, you can add, that the one thing that we did with the geologic hazard reports is made them type 1 decisions, not type 2 decisions, which was a little bit of a controversial decision, but we made them type 1 because, as you probably saw on the map, it basically means almost everyone's going to have to get a geologic hazard report now. And that having to take them to the planning commission would be a huge burden for the commission. And so now staff can process those reports. So there's sort of a compromise between having extra layers of safety built in for those development decisions versus having like public transparency of those decisions. And then another thing that actually a lot of plans don't address right now is habitat restoration projects in beach and dune areas. It's really kind of focused on view grading or development or armoring and that kind of thing. But there's really nothing about habitat restoration projects. And this has come up for Tillamook County before. So we actually added a permit specifically for habitat restoration projects. Like the ones that will probably come up the most often are for snowy plover. So that's an example. And then we did also add a local permit for beachfront protective structures, which also was really a huge benefit because some property owners will sometimes try to build a structure behind OPRD's jurisdiction, so not on the public beach, but like back within their own property. But sometimes there isn't a way to get at that through local codes. And so we did develop a beachfront protective structure permit that actually parallels the process from state parks. And then also really trying to be clear, and I know this is still an ongoing issue, but trying to be really clear about who is qualified to do a geologic hazard report. Really, codifying that a registered geologist is really not the kind of professional who should be doing these reports. It should be a certified engineering geologist, and in some cases, working with a geotechnical engineer or maybe having a geotechnical engineer authoring those reports. That is still a bit of a gray line, I think, but we spent time with both the Oregon State Board of Geologic Examiners and the Oregon State Board of, I always get the acronym wrong, OSBILs of Examiners for Engineering and Land Surveying. So we did talk with them a lot, and we have open lines of communication with them now. So I think if, please let me know what your questions and concerns are around those kinds of things, because we want to keep trying to work towards more and more clarity of this issue, because it is a really important one. Sarah, did you want to add anything else to?
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you, Meg. So, I'm sure some eyebrows went up in the room, and perhaps folks attending virtually when you mentioned that they were a type 1 review. Our geologic hazard and beach and dune hazard report review processes have been a type 1 since 2009. The decision was made by the county to make those reviews type 1 decisions because, as Meg said, they review so many of these reports. To give you an idea, I believe 2022 to cross over in the fiscal year, we're pushing upwards of 50, 60 reports that we reviewed alone just for construction of a single family dwelling. And that doesn't include anything else. And I think my numbers are conservative. And it really what we get at it. What is the point? What is the purpose? What is the intent of this review process? What are we trying to accomplish? And, it's in the planning program. It's the planner's responsibility to review the report to make sure that the geoprofessional has adequately addressed the development standards and provided the analysis that is required. Beyond that, what's equally important is to make sure that those construction activities, as they are occurring out in the field, are happening the way that they are supposed to. And so for us, it was the priority of making sure that we are actively engaged in the construction process, that the geoprofessional is actively engaged, that the contractor is actively engaged, and the homeowner, and that we are working with the building inspection staff to make sure that the checks and balances of that construction project as it moves forward is meeting all of those specific requirements in the report, including standards for special inspections. So while the public is not notified of the decisions for these report reviews, what we've done instead is focused our energy in making sure that the construction that's happening out in the field is being done in concert with all of the professionals involved. And we deeply embedded that monitoring presence within the construction and inspection process. Meg is right about who can do reports. My staff have spent a tremendous amount of time struggling, going online, trying to figure out who's got what certifications. Is it the right certifications? Can they do this? And one of the things that we put in the report requirements for standards is that professional or professionals, if it's a combined effort, have to provide certification that they are in fact qualified to do the report. And so that's something that we will now look for to insulate our staff and make sure that planners can move forward confidently with their review, knowing that the right qualified professionals have actually provided the report.
Okay, next, can you talk, Sarah, about how you message this update with your decision makers and communities?
Sure. So saying you're getting technical and financial assistance to do a project always helps. That was that was a big piece of it. But really for the decision makers, one, explaining to them why this was an important process because of the improvements and efficiencies it would create for the county's planning program and the efficiencies it would create for the public. With that was the education about development in hazard areas is not only expensive when you're developing, but recovery and post-disaster efforts are more expensive. And so we felt like this was an opportunity to take a proactive approach in making sure that our decision makers were on board understanding the benefits of long-term what these enhancements to our program would do for everyone. With the communities, it was the same thing. I had a lot of conversations with communities, especially our citizen advisory committees, early on, the Planning Commission and others. And as soon as Meg and I started talking about this project, I started talking about it with all of them. So there was a good 8 months, a year to where our communities, our decision makers, everyone knew what was coming. I would give them updates and constantly reiterated the benefits and the efficiencies that would come from this project and the importance of hazard preparation and mitigation.
Well, I think in the interest of getting to the roundtable, is there anything else, Sarah, that you wanted to make sure to add?
No, I would just say that, I didn't have any opposition. I actually got letters of support from community members as this process moved forward. I think that was largely because of the conversations that I had on the onset. But a process like this would not have been possible without the funding from DLCD. We did a huge Measure 56 notice. It was costly as a rural jurisdiction. It's not something that we could generally afford. So again, I just want to thank DLCD for the money. So thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. And like I said, we now have funding to do beach and dune update mapping on the whole coast. We hope we can continue to do these updates with our communities that have goalie teen areas, but also for geologic hazard areas as well, especially now we have almost the entire coast covered except for Coos County, I think, with new landslide inventory maps. So hopefully we can keep doing those updates as well. But any questions?
Yeah, so my question is, in the handout, I'm not sure if everybody got the handout with some kind of extra information that we don't have here, but Ethan mentioned Senate Bill 1051 and clear and objective standards, which for the last couple of years we've been assuming applies inside urban growth boundaries. There was a loop decision back several months ago, which was then more recently affirmed by the appellate court, that the statute actually doesn't limit the requirement for clear and objective standards to housing only within urban growth boundaries, because it was a very blunt amendment that paved the way for housing, which is awesome, but it put other considerations, particularly hazards, natural resources, in concern. So my question is, if now it continues that only clear and objective standards can be applied to housing even outside urban growth boundaries, is that a problem with how these amendments were made and where they stand now?
Yeah, I think I've been struggling with that question. I think it kind of, I mean, maybe I'm not the right person to answer it. Like, I'll probably have to talk more with the housing staff, but I mean, we're not prohibiting development from occurring. We're saying it can move forward if it gets a geologic hazard report and the mitigation methods that are recommended are followed. So that, while the like mitigation itself is not necessarily clear and objective, because you don't know what's going to be proposed for each lot, the way to do it seems clear and objective to me. So I don't think it's running afoul of that. Do you, I mean, would you agree? Yeah.
I think when it comes to safety measures, you have to be able to apply those safety measures, and that's what you're doing for hazard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one off on that. I don't know, Sarah, do you feel like that is right too? Like the clear and objective path, we're on it, hopefully.
Absolutely. And if you read the sections of our ordinance where these provisions are contained, it's and the reality is affordable housing or housing or not, these hazards will continue to exist, and we just have to figure out the best way to provide a clear and efficient path forward so that construction can occur. And I feel like we took our best shot at that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's still within that realm, but it hasn't really been tested. So
So I do have a question.
Yeah.
So my question is around educating our professionals that are actually performing these reports. For instance, we just received one that said that they basically didn't go on site and do any of the geological work that they were supposed to.
We have the same problem. Must be the same person.
And more
We call them
more,
birds.
I feel like staff is really having, even though they need the certification that we put in there because we have similar certification,
yeah,
they're still not putting information in the reports that we need to be able to deem these complete and move
Right.
forward.
so when you go back, do you go back to them and say it's not, and what do they say?
They eventually address it, but it is.
Okay, but it's like a back and forth pulling
It's
teeth.
staff having to reach out to the professionals
Yeah.
to do it, because obviously your applicant is like, well, I just paid, $12,000 to have this done, and they expect that it's done.
Right, yeah, and complete, yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I think I just talked to Chris a little bit about that too. And I think it might be worth something we bring to the boards themselves, because I mean, I assume that this is going to become a trend. We're going to be requiring more of these moving forward. And so having professionals who understand the requirements and are fulfilling those requirements is really important, because we are placing so much stock in them, it's really our only lever kind of to get development that is safe in hazardous areas, is to have these professionals evaluate them and make site-specific recommendations and then have them be followed. So we need them to be doing that really well. So I think it's something we should continue to maybe fight a little bit for with the professional groups, or maybe do some trainings,
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe it's something we can do with the South Blue Mirror or with Sea Grant, it's maybe something we can try to find some training. Because I had thought about doing training just with like planning staff about geoprofessionals, but training with the professionals themselves also seems maybe like to have that back and forth conversation about what's required and what they're able to produce.
So Joe, you're seeing reports that, I assume you have a bulleted list of what's required that you need to review, that they should be able to say, I have to have this, and then it's just showing up without that.
We've seen reports that just flat out say we need geotechnical report, but reports came to us and says it's not geotechnical.
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what it says right off the top of it.
Yeah. I think it's
So there's a disclaimer on their work.
The disclaimer automatically says, this is useless to us.
Right, yeah, it can't be used for the purpose in which it was intended to be used.
There's a list of criteria, and it's the same, it's been the same criteria for.
Right,
I don't
for
know,
at least like
4,
8 years, I think.
Yeah.
I think we put out that guidance in
So
2014.
there's tremendous applicant frustration because they think they've paid for what will address what you need.
They've already written a check, to be clear. We get told that, so. It's not paid for.
Yeah, reach out and ask, this is the criteria we need to address, does this property meet this? And then they have to do an addendum, we have to wait for that.
And so you're saying the professional community could be informed up front, or professionally, there could be a statement came from BLCD, so they be aware that
Well, I think it's just an educational opportunity that we need to.
contractors need to stamp it, needs to meet these standards. Don't be saying that you're a qualified contractor to do this if you're not providing details.
Right.
And look at a previous piece of work maybe for applicants before you hire somebody.
I don't think that they're even looking at the criteria.
Yeah.
Or even seeing like what, so
No, they have
I
a
don't know what the
boilerplate.
applicants are telling them, but we've gotten beaches and dunes reports that don't even address the criteria. It talks about landslides and liquefaction, but that's
But
not
not
what our
beaches
beaches and dunes criteria is.
I've gotten ones for beaches and dunes that is supposed to be for landslide, and I was like, that's no.
Yeah, I think this is kind of pushing the limit beyond the DLCD. This is more like the director of DLCD needs to inform these guys, there needs to be repercussions on this at this point. They're taking people's money.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting frustrated on this. So.
And I think that they've actually charged people more to go back and edit.
They do, they charge for the addendum. So on top of your $10,000 or $12,000 report, then you're receiving another fee for $2,000 or $3,000 to do the addendum.
Yeah.
So I feel like they should be contacting the, like the county or the cities and saying, hey, what kind of report am I really supposed to be doing?
Well, we have the supplemental criteria.
Well, and that's a small group of people. They all know each other, and if a letter or if guidance was, hey, it needs to come up to another level here, it seems like the professional community, I mean, and this is not my gig, I'm just interested in understanding what kind of complexities you're running into here.
The one that we just got that said you can't be using geotechnical came out of Eugene. So I'm not sure how these guys even ended up in North Bend, but they did. So it's not, I'm not agreeing on, nobody's agreeing. No, we got licenses, we got stamps, we're qualified. But you're not really.
You're not doing what you're being asked to do. Yeah.
I did have to ask somebody twice for 2 different addendums. I said, it needs to say this, if this is what you are saying, you have to say this. You know, it becomes a line to like, how much information are we pushing that we're not also licensed to?
Right, yeah, there's a lot of that too, because it's like these professional
I think that's
practices.
the point I wanted to make, is that it just consider, like, going forward, that they're this meshing of what these professionals can commit to and what we're asking them to commit to, particularly if it's a clear standard, like there will be no hazard, or you're avoiding all hazards. They can't do that. So if the language continues, because of the current Oregon statute, continues that language that the local governments use is a hard line.
Yeah.
Professionals can't do that.
Right, we actually did take that out.
Without changing how we understand what the statute was intended to do, and that sometimes you need some subjectivity.
Yeah.
Particularly in hazard situations, right? You're trying to do your best, you can't necessarily hit a hard line.
Yeah, we've changed the code because of that feedback from professionals. That like they can never say that there's no hazard present on a site. So we've modified the language.
No high or very high.
Yeah, no high or very high, or like I think in Tillamook, we did something even a little bit different. We said, I can't remember what we ended up on, Sarah, but we'll have to, well, I can share it, but we had a certified engineering geologist go over the code with us with a pretty fine tooth comb, and they seem fine with what we're asking. So I think they can do it. It's just maybe not all of them. I think there's also like, maybe what the report that was okay to do 20 years ago is not okay anymore. And they're having a bit of a hard time adjusting to the new expectations. Yeah.
Yeah, would it be helpful to have a sample contract that? So I did try to do that kind of, but I haven't finished it yet because there were like so many different elements. And again, I'm always worried about pushing because I'm not licensed.
Yeah.
But you have a set of criteria,
We
so
do,
you
and
could
in
at
our-
least have a check
Right,
in
our,
list.
I have supplemental, what I call supplemental criteria. So you have a standard application and then it has different criteria depending on what it is that you're doing. So we have taken those sections out and attached it and said, this is what we're looking for. So.
And Sarah, I think you have a checklist for staff too, right? Like to make sure the report like meets everything.
We have a checklist for customers and we have a checklist for staff. So again, part of that is the education. And I've also sent all of that to the professionals that we work with and our contractors. So part like you guys are talking about, part of the challenge is getting all of the professionals, informed and on board with what you're trying to do. And then if I get an incomplete report, is I actually copy the homeowner and the contractor, and I say what's missing. I attach a copy report. Then I say once this information is received, we'll move forward. And I do that and copy the homeowner and the contractor because they may not know, like you guys said, that the report was deficient. And then that way, instead of us having to go to that consultant and keep asking them, I just let the contractor and the homeowner do it because they paid for it. So they know I'll keep working when I get the information, and I just step out and wait till it gets there because they're going to keep on that professional to get it done.
Yeah, thank you. It's a tough issue. All right, well, thanks. I know that was probably longer.
Honestly, a timely topic, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, time for, do you want to do the short break or do you want to go straight into roundtable? And then if I counted correctly,
We're gonna take a short break.
There's a really short break. All right, well, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. And one thing we really missed over the last 2.5 years is having the chance for you all to kind of give updates and have our network sharing. So glad you're here. I think we've lost everybody online that is for the communities, but so Brian, surprise, we're going to start with you. You're our last person online who's not staff. So if you wanted, no pressure, but if you want to give an update, anything you want to share with folks here, if not, if I remember correctly, you're DSL South Coast. You there? Yes.
I'm definitely here. I think the most important thing I want everyone to know is that I have like 70 chickens, and so I'll be coming down to the South Coast pretty often if anyone needs free farm fresh eggs. I was hoping, I was hoping to be there today in person to share them, but unfortunately things didn't work out. But in all seriousness, just so everyone knows, I'll be doing removal fill on the South Coast. I'm taking over for Robert LaBelle, and I'm pretty new, but I'm very, very approachable. And so for DLCD and for the local entities present, please reach out to me if there's any questions about removal fill, any impacts to wetlands or waterways, and hopefully I can help everyone work through it. And the other thing is I'm taking part in the Tidegate regulatory group through OWEB. So I'm very, very active in getting the permitting process for Tidegates streamlined. So if there's Tidegate issues coming up on the South Coast, please also reach out to me and hopefully I can walk you through that process. And farm fresh eggs. That's all I got.
Hey, Brian, this is Patty. Just wanted to say one thing. I was just talking to Coos County, and it sounds like there is not as direct communication as there could be between the Port of Coos Bay and the county in terms of channel deepening and other major projects like that that will require probably goal exceptions and significant plan amendments. So if you have the opportunity to remind, we plan to do the same, remind the court to talk to the county early and often so that they can avoid issues in the future. Thank you.
No, thank you for bringing that up. One of my first meetings was actually with the court commissioner. So because of so much work like that container facility that's going to go in, I'm going to be working pretty closely with the court. So I'll make sure and bring that up, and hopefully I can be a bridge between those two entities. I know that's a little difficult, but I'll do my best. Thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you, appreciate that. As long, I think the more often they hear it from the more people, the better. So thank you. Well, with that, Jill, do you want to go first? Sure. Update what's going on in Coos County.
So the county is in the process of assuming the building codes program. And we started that process last October. We are looking to